So TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking at some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great.
Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time. This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, but I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is
French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man.
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
This is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
That's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like,
That'd be $80.
2 or 3 times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live from TCH Social in Austin. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit, with you, and I've got Kyle Frisbee alongside me. How are you doing, Kyle?
Great, Lottie. It's great to be here with you in the booth at the new TCH Social. I think this is our first time together at the new location. It'll be a fun night.
It should be an excellent night. See some familiar faces out there. See some new faces out there. Playing some 2-5 no limit hold'em, 2-10 and match the stack, just like we used to do across the street. And it looks like we're going to start with a $15 PLO bomb pot.
Always a good way to break the ice off the top.
All right, and we got the first cards of the night getting dealt.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of familiar faces. Everybody knows Doug, Optimize, just James in seat 6, Barber in seat 9. Been here a few weeks in a row, but got a couple new players. It'll be fun to see them get going here.
People who have been watching since the early days might remember Brendan from some of those early shows. Nice to have him back in the mix. Someone I've known a long time. And he's got a diamond draw, so not a whole lot for him. Who's got a lot here? I don't see the case queen anywhere yet.
Anthony with a set of 4s on the bottom board. And can't be too excited about bottom set in a bomb pot, but appears to be the best hand so far.
Just James with just the baby flush draw. Anthony betting the Jack-Jack 4-4. And Yeah, that makes sense. Didn't think he shoves with that. Doug with the tens. Making the call. Manny with his overpair making the call. We see the 5 pair and
Anthony goes from bottom set to second set on the turn. Hits his jack as well.
Doug with an open ender calling the bet. I wonder if his hand's been read correctly.
Anthony actually, yeah.
Nobody's got the queen because they're all on the boards. So,
Anthony actually has a scoop here.
Yeah, queen's full of jacks and then a set of jacks. Remember, in Omaha, you can only play exactly 2 of your whole cards on each board. So you can't play queens full of 5s. Not an option. You got to have a pocket pair of your own to have a both here. Anthony checking now. Over to Doug, who has not completed anything that we know of. He does have queens full of 10s. Makes the bet.
Looks like Anthony probably snapped.
I see.
Yeah, so Anthony's going to scoop.
2 9s. I think I see 2 9s for Doug.
Oh, did we have a misread there on
I think
one
we
of
had
the
a
10s?
misread, which actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know why he'd have taken that line with ace 10 10 9. But ace 10 9 9 actually would make a lot of sense. And I think I'm seeing a chop happen. I don't know. Or did he get scooped? Oh, he did get scooped, I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
Anthony.
Peter that was right.
Okay. Thought I saw something different on the camera, but could be wrong.
Well, I know this is Anthony's first time on stream, so not a bad way to kick things off, up 855. Always nice to win the first pot, especially if it's a good size one, as that one was.
Yeah, so early setback for Doug. Maybe he decided at the end, well, I've got a boat. It's hard to have a boat. Doug repping the New York Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even know.
And that is the receiver Wilson, not Zach Wilson.
Yeah. There's a lot of Wilsons.
Yeah.
My Denver Broncos dumped one Wilson, and they have another Wilson now.
Broncos lost a close one to Seattle, right?
They did lose to Seattle, and that whole game was trash from the standpoint of offense. Denver scored 2 safeties.
Oh, wow. I did not hear that.
Yeah. And there was a penalty, and then there was a running back who could not get out of the end zone.
I think you'll have a lot of hope with Bo Nix, though.
I don't have so much hope this year. He is a rookie to throw to.
Yeah.
But we all know that Bo Nix in the city of Seattle is not a good mix, given his college career.
True. Yeah.
King 8-3, couple of spades, and top 2 for Doug. That should get him on the right track again, unless Rick can hit his spade draw that he's flopped. And 125 the bet from Doug. I think the 4s go to the muck now. The spade draw can raise or can call. What's 7 high? Like, you can definitely justify a raise since that's not winning its showdown.
Played with Rick a bit.
Does make the call.
Tends to be an aggressive player.
Rick picks up a pair. So any inkling to bluff has probably gone by the wayside at this point, since that pair of 6s can beat a better spade draw.
Doug definitely has to bet here.
He's going to go big. He's going to charge those draws pretty hard. It looks like 400 or so.
Full pot.
Pot size bet. Way too many rivers you don't want to see at this point. And this would leave Rick with about 700 behind, so not as much implied odds if he gets there.
Yeah, kind of a nasty spot. Has to know really only his flush is good. Unless somehow he pulls a 6 of hearts out of a hat. Looks like he's going to let it go. It's kind of a common spot that you'll run into. Lottie, what do you do there in Rick's situation?
Honestly, I probably would have check raised flop if I was him, and Doug would have gone nowhere with top 2, and then I just lose my shirt unless the river bails me out.
Right. It's a fair point.
That said, as played, I got to go away on that pot size bet. I'm not getting the right direct odds to hit my spade, and I don't know that I'm stacking him if the spade does get there, which is what I would need to do. Like if I'm going to justify taking the river, like at that price, I need to know that I'm getting the rest of the 700 in when we get there, and we're usually good, which is not a guarantee either. You could be up against a better spade draw.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the true nightmare.
Which is another argument for check raising flop, actually. Like you could get rid of a better spade draw potentially.
Our first super premium here. Manny's got the Cowboys.
That'll get the job done. And if you check raise Doug and he 3-bets you, then you know 7-6 is just toast, and you can let it go, without any hard choices. So Manny getting into the win column with the 2 kings. Just 3 hands in though.
Got to take your wins when you can get them. If you're second on the leaderboard, nothing wrong with that.
Time to hit and run. I got my $40. Let's book that win.
No one ever went broke taking a small profit. Sully with us. Lottie, have you played with Sully? Or
I may have at some point along the way. And we have a cooler in progress.
That's what you ended up going with?
9 raised, 145.
So many new faces, it's hard to keep track at this point. Nice to have a nice bustling new club here. And 145 from Barber. And Sally is going to be on the hook for some money. The question is how much. You could justify a 4-bet. Does not go that route this time. So Sally going to need the ace. But when somebody has kings, there's always an ace, right?
There's a 95% chance of an ace. Not in this case, though. Barber in great shape.
Sally does have the backdoor spades to go with his overs. See if that's enough for him to continue. It is not. Snap folds.
Would have maybe liked to see Barber take a little more time betting there. Sometimes when a player looks like it's such an easy decision, you can kind of put him on exactly what he had if they 3-bet pre and basically had the don't have to think about it continuation on the flop.
As long as we can balance this. Like if he can do this with like ace queen, ace jack that decides to 3-bet, then it's great. But if we're only doing this with our huge pairs, that's something that people can figure out eventually.
Barber jumping into second place, up 150 approximately.
7-fold.
Well, the cameras are identical.
Are they? 8-bet, 35.
Well, no, probably not. Definitely the mic.
1 raise, 200. 2-fold.
So Rick with the adventurous open. 3-bet from Doug. And Optimize is going to give himself an early Christmas present. And he is aces and a 3-bet pot.
Receiving the Christmas. Pretty amazing start here. 5 hands. We've had kings twice, and now the Rockets for Optimize.
275, the size of the cold 4-bet, which should end this unless we've had a misread or unless somebody's feeling really insane.
Be pretty frisky to continue with those hands.
8-6 offsuit saying, I was just messing around. And Doug following suit.
Might have been 5-3.
Like from the GTO standpoint, it was not necessary for either of those to have put a chip in the pot to begin with,
Right.
particularly the 8-6 off in early position. Which is the problem is like that hand just flops so terribly, and you're out of position generally, and that makes for a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, definitely try to not put myself in those spots as often as possible. Optimize probably would have liked a little more action there, but does win a 150. And another premium here for Barber. He's got ace king off in the +1.
Sixes can play. 7-5 of clubs. I love that hand. That's a fun hand, even if it's not a very good one.
Good big hand buster.
Optimize likes enough to put $30 in there. Manny squeezing with the king 10 off for just $100. I think that's way too small to get any folds. Is the problem there?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to play it as a bluff for sure. But you have to go bigger. And Barber just calling the 3-bet out of position, not going for the 4-bet. Jack 8 deuce, 2 hearts, and has the second best hand apart from the 6s, but I don't see Barber making it past the flop here. Whereas the 4-bet could have just ended this. Over to Manny. He can rep all the big pairs.
4 ways, relatively connected board. There's some open-ender possibilities and also the 2 hearts.
$200 the size. Barber with overs and back doors says no thank you. As do the 6s. As does the 7-5. Well done, Manny. Punishing the passivity.
Yeah, the aggressiveness pre-flop and post pay off for Manny. Nicely played.
I got a Sally fan in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the show, Josh. And any of you enjoying the show, be sure to hit that like button. Tell YouTube that you enjoy the show. And maybe it'll get shown to other people, and then we can make some more friends. The chat is what makes this show great.
It's a lot of fun. Had a really active chat last Wednesday, so hopefully we can have another one like that tonight.
If you're cheering for somebody, let us know.
Speaking of cheering for someone, Anthony in the 5 seat, who's just now put in a call with his pair of 9s. I believe his girlfriend Laura is probably watching, so hello, Laura. Hop in the chat and root on Anthony.
Just James making it 100 over the 20 and the calls. And I think Anthony sticks around.
Does have position.
And he has the price to set.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize James was on the button. Out of position, yeah.
Anthony with a perfectly reasonable price, especially with that dead money in there. Queen 4-4 doesn't hit the set, but that is a pretty safe flop for the 9s.
It is a safe flop.
1 over, and it's not the scary one.
Pretty sure he's going to have to withstand. I knew Just James would continue with the heat here. Pretty small bet, though, relative to the pot.
You can make the call here, and you will have to brace yourself for potential aggression on later streets.
Yeah, that's the tough thing here. I mean, even if you think you're ahead here, it's how many more bets are you wanting to face with it? Now, that's a great card, actually. If he was behind with the queen, he was no further behind now, so...
Yeah, he was already losing to a queen. It is now less likely that Just James has a queen. He does have the 2 pair on the board with an ace kicker. See if he wants to bet this or if he wants to try and pot control it a little bit. Goes like half pot.
Just James has reason to believe possibly 2 pair with his ace kicker is good here as well.
175 the bet. 2 flush draws on the board now. I think if I have the 9s, I just call here. If I raise, I force Just James to have a good hand to continue. I don't want him to have a good hand. I want him to be bluffing.
Anthony is raising, and he's going to get a quick fold, so same result, but...
Yeah. The question is, do we think Just James is firing the 3rd barrel on the river if he gets folded?
Right.
If the answer is yes, I definitely have to call and let him torch that money. And if he spikes on me, good for him.
Yeah, nicely played by Anthony, though. He had to withstand the heat on the pre-flop and on the flop. Stuck in there with his pair of nines. Scooping another pot, extending his lead. I think he's probably now up over 1K.
Running good early on here.
Welcome to the live stream, Anthony.
See Phony Turgeson in the chat. I see Jedi Master Ted. Good to see you. Albert. Wawa. Good to see you all. Good to see the over 100 of you watching across the various platforms.
Well, he's won the meaningful pots he's played so far, but I don't know if I agree with limping the ace-6 offsuit here. He's going to face a smallish raise.
If I'm going to play it, I'm going to play it as a raise.
Exactly. Does flop top pair.
And it might even be good.
Yeah. Rick is going to keep firing with very little hope.
Just backdoors. And just call. There we go. Just call there.
This is a tough spot for Anthony, though. It goes in the back of your mind. I mean, Rick was the 3 better, so he has all the better aces.
Jack of diamonds on the turn, fairly harmless. Does Rick want a bluff with the 6-3? I think the answer is yes. Pretty much has the nut low at this point, so gonna have to bluff his way there. Drawing dead. 115, and as played, we got a call. We gave Rick every chance to bluff with the line we took, and we have top pair, and we can catch a bluff. Makes the call.
I've played with Rick. He's capable of barreling big on the river here.
And Rick rivers himself 5th pair.
That might actually keep him from bluffing since he has, well, very minimal, but some showdown value.
Is there any point where 5th pair is good, though? Like when you get called twice? I don't think so. So yeah. I get behind this bluff here. Like if we're going to play 6-3, we got to keep bluffing because pair of 3s isn't going to cut it.
I don't think that's big enough. Anthony's come this far. Just don't see him getting away for 185 here.
It's less than half pot. It has to be good less than a quarter of the time. The top pair has to call here for the price he's getting.
Yeah. I think he'll find the call.
Unless you think Rick is just the most face-up, straightforward player ever, which he's clearly not.
Yeah, that Anthony, to my knowledge, probably doesn't have history with Rick, but grab a couple of those black chips, Anthony. Toss them in there.
Show a little bit more confidence than that. Just flick in the 1 call chip.
Yeah.
You're only like hallucinating for 5 minutes, but it feels like 3 weeks or something like that. Have you lived life through 5 minutes? Allegedly, I've never done it.
I've done DMT.
Pretty trivial like that. Oh,
does flick it in.
DMT I have is like.
Does it the way Lottie recommended.
It was like homemade by friends.
And it does look like the pair of aces with the 6 is the winner.
Well, so far Anthony cannot lose.
And it was like, I looked at the wall and all the furniture and everything, just my whole being started vibrating.
Had to be a little stubborn there.
It was like green and orange pixels.
We got to share this one with a wider crowd. Or Jedi Master Ted, spare a thought for him.
Yeah, and then I closed my eyes, it just like feels like my whole
He flopped a straight flush, as he did not win. My God.
That is brutal.
And if that's going to happen, that's always going to happen in like a tournament or something where there's not even a jackpot or anything like that to bail you out. Yeah, sorry to hear about that core, Ted, but hey, it's once in a lifetime theoretically, right? Maybe like twice in a lifetime if you play online.
Oh yeah, for sure that. Yeah.
So are you still high?
Optimize with the scariest hands ever, ace queen.
I know it's your favorite hand, Lottie.
Absolutely nothing bad ever happens with ace queen, ever.
Tell me if I get your quote right. If you have ace queen, you lose, and if they have ace queen, you lose.
That's right.
That's right.
Nothing good happens with that hands. It has been redeeming itself in the cash games. That may be more of a tournament thing. I don't know. Barber with ace queen of his own. I think the world might be ending here. We have 2 ace queens. Barber flatting from the small blinds with the ace queen suited.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's no ace on this flop.
If I think we'd have to have a 5-hour Joe Ingram investigation if an ace showed up on this flop.
Love the Trader Joe's.
Jack 4-3. We have not been canceled yet.
Flush draw for Rick.
Everyone checks. It's red, but it's not a diamond. It is an 8 of hearts. Doug with nut hearts. And Rick with the second nut diamonds. And nobody with a pair. Doug going to sprinkle some money in there. I don't know that 75 is going to get a lot of folds, but
And the first thing was he talking about?
here we are. And
Before I even came there,
I don't see Rick going anywhere.
Rick definitely not folding, and I wouldn't even be that surprised if he chose to raise here. Looks like he's grabbing calling chips, though.
I bluffed it off yesterday.
He is in position. He can always pop river.
Doug gets there.
I hope not, because Doug does get there.
Stone cold nuts for Doug.
Actually, the queen 9 of hearts makes a straight flush.
Oh, apologies.
How do you like my chat pro voice? That's one of my chat pro voices.
One bet $1,000.
I don't think Doug actually bet $1,000. He bets $519. I'm not sure. No, you know what? The graphics are. I see. He's putting Rick Wall in. So Rick has king high, so he's going to fold.
Yeah, I think the only hand Rick would consider calling that with would be a queen 9, probably, or maybe a set. Unfortunately for Doug, does not get paid off, but does win a nice pot. Anthony, the early leader, up 1.6K. He's won every meaningful hand he's played. Rick down the most at the moment, but it's early. Just 10 hands in. We've had quite a bit of action, Lottie.
We sure do. Lots of premiums.
Yeah. Multiple ace kings, ace queen, aces, kings.
Yeah, sometimes they give you the action cards, and sometimes you get quieter nights. Sometimes you wish it was a quieter night, like if you're playing and you get more than you bargained for. Sally with the red 10s. Rick with a pocket pair. Doug with king queen off, small blinds. I think 3-bet is better than call, and he does 3-bet.
Good size 3-bet as well, 185.
And Sally's going to have position on him, and he's going to have a good price to set mine, so going to make the call. Rick's stack not deep enough to be getting the right price to set mine. Generally, you want to have about 10x your stack behind. When you do this, 7's unlikely to be best either. I could see him calling, but you could justify folding.
And he stuffs
it. You could also
it.
justify back raising and trying to say, gotcha.
Wow.
Doug!
Doug all in.
Doug re-ripping and saying, hey, Solly!
Sully's going to get out of Dutch
You
with
raised and you
10s.
called. Tell me you have something better than 10s.
I don't think there's any way you can continue with 10s here. This just looks so strong. If he sniffs it out, yep. Gets out of it.
He folds the best hand. Good job, Doug. So Rick in the lead. Doug needs a king or a queen, otherwise Rick's going to more than double. He'll get Doug's entire money, and then he'll get the dead money from the Sully raise. And there's a king. King 3 deuce. Rick needs a 7. Does not get a 7. And if we want to be results oriented, which is how we get paid, those 10s were trash.
Exactly. Sully sitting there. When he saw the hands, or if he'd have seen them first, he would have been kicking himself right before he saw that flop. Unfortunately, not Rick's night so far. I feel like he may have deserved that one a little bit. As it stands, nice hand for Doug. Well played, too. Get the 10s out of there.
The chat is definitely having feelings about the 10s folding. So just to recap the action, Sully had raised with the 10s. This is fine. And the player behind him makes a call. This is fine. So far, so good. Small blind squeezes. We're getting a reasonable price to try and hit the set with the 10s. So you make the call. You are getting a little bit face up here by calling and not 4-betting. You are capping yourself a bit. The player who called you originally back raises all in. This is super scary. Like, at best, we're flipping against this range. And then the 3-better 5-bets all in. And like all we've seen him do is raise, so he can have all the hands that crush 10s.
Absolutely.
So, at the end of the day, you're in a 3-way pot and you just have 10s. You can fold the 10s.
I totally
You can
agree.
fold the 10s. I can justify that fold.
If you look at what the range of the 3-bet jammer is there, I mean, the way I look at it is there's only a small
He
portion.
3-bets and then he 5-bets into 2 players.
Yeah. There's just a small portion of hands you're flipping with, and you're not dominating anything. And
a lot of players don't even do that with king queen off.
Right. Yeah, it was a nice play by Doug. Took some guts too, because that would have been a big pot if Sully had called.
But like, I mean, if you're calling that 5-bet, like, what cards do you want to see him turn over? Like, obviously, a king queen offsuit. What do you want to see get turned over? What do you want to see Rick get turned over? Because like half the money's in the main pot, half the money's in the side pot. What hands do you think you're going to see?
Well, and actually, this is a perfect example. With the king queen off, that would be the absolute bottom of the range I would consider based on that action. Would you agree with that?
I think so. Like, especially given that we have a player all in and we know we have to see 5 cards.
Yeah.
That would take out some of the like ace 5 suited type stuff because we know we have to win at showdown with a player all in.
More premiums, optimize the jiggities.
Manny, not a believer in the 9 triz. Wasn't sure. Not a believer in the 9 triz. And the 3-bet does get through for optimized.
Fortunately for Optimize, he has aces and jacks, and I think he's won about $80 total with both. But Optimize, one of the consistent winning players on stream. Long way to go. We'll be with y'all until 10 o'clock Central Time. John Kim says Sully is a genius.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid fold with the action that we see. And Anthony with 2 aces.
This is ridiculous, all these premiums.
This deck is rigged for action. That's what the online players say.
Yeah. Anthony just calls, is that correct?
I don't know if he looked at his cards or not. He
may be in the straddle. I believe he's in the straddle.
That's a limp. And that's going to be a limp re-raise, I think.
Okay. 125.
Limp re-raise, and you've got a decent suited ace. You do have position on him. Call and see what happens. And Doug with a good old king queen offsuit.
It served him well so far.
He's going to get in there, and we're going to go 3 ways to the flop.
Ooh, 10
Top
high flop.
pair. That's potential trouble for just James. Doug with a gutter, and the backdoor diamond draw.
Slightly scary board for Anthony. A lot of this connects with a lot of hands that could be open-ended or have a couple of diamonds.
I think he goes big here because we don't want to see any more turns. He goes about 2/3, it looks like. We don't want to see any more cards.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turns that you're going to be super thrilled about.
Kind of a not comfortable spot. You have top pair, top kicker. You are in a pot that limp re-raised. Over pairs are still a possibility. And you have the same problem Anthony does where there's a lot of turns that are going to suck for you. They're either going to straighten the board out, they're going to put a flush, or in the case of Just James, you have to worry about the overs hitting to make your pair not top anymore.
Yeah, really, if you're Anthony or Just James, you don't want to see a diamond, an 8, a jack, a queen, a king. All of those are scary cards.
So I think this is the decision point for him. He is going to fold. I was
Good
about to
fold.
say, he had like $500 behind. Like, that's the moment where you're either all in or you're out. And Anthony doesn't get any more money as we see Just James sniff out the top pair not being good.
Anthony on the early heater here, 13 hands in.
Yeah.
Won about 4 significant pots.
Look at these V pips. And spare a thought for Brendan, who hasn't had a hand yet to be able to get in here yet.
Always a little brutal, but variance will come around.
No shame in holding the Lottie line. Just saying. At 15% V pip, as decided years ago by the chat.
They call him the New York Knit for a reason, folks.
And sometimes I'm the New York Knit. Sometimes I decide to be the Long Island Lag.
I don't think I've heard you say that one before.
That was a rebranding that was
Long Island
that was
Lag.
played with several years ago by one of our former commentators here. Shout out to Mike. Yeah, he came up with that phrase.
Most people watching probably know, but lag stands for loose aggressive.
That's right.
If you're wondering.
Every now and then I bluff.
It happens once in a blue moon.
Yeah, pretty much. And Manny with trips and a spade draw and an open ender.
4 check, 5 bet, 75.
And I think he checked, and
Anthony top set.
Yeah, top set. So that's a good start. Not a lot going on the bottom, just backdoors. So going to be hard to scoop. Optimized with inferior trips, but he does have a wrap on the top board, so some scoopability if he can hit a dangler.
Boat for Anthony.
8s full of 5s, never minds for optimize. And the jack on the bottom board. So Manny trips 7s with a king still ahead on bottom. 8s full of 5s for Anthony.
I like this bet by Anthony. It's multi-way. He wants to pile as much money in there 3 ways as
Manny
he can.
let out the 100, actually.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, Manny let
Just
out.
a call.
Anthony just calling here. He has a hard draw, which may not be good. He doesn't know if somebody's filled already on that paired board.
Optimize, nice fold.
Yeah, his hand becomes very one-way when that top board pairs. And 9 of clubs, 3 of clubs. So, did anybody hit a dangler?
Oh, Manny fills up.
For Manny, he was already good with the king. And Anthony going to be good with the 8s full. And Manny, I think, is going to pot it or something close to pot it, get called. Just in case he can get Anthony off of a chop.
Yeah.
Not going to happen here. We are going to chop it up.
Would have been interesting if Manny had not filled up there and checked to Anthony, and if he'd have potted, that would have been a tough spot for Manny.
Yeah, not top trips, dicey
Right.
business, and
Yeah.
nothing working for you on the other board.
It's not an easy call.
And calling for half the pot is not comfortable unless you have the nuts.
Totally agree.
And the other thing is it's trips. And somebody can have the same trips as you. You can get quartered with trips. You can get quartered with a straight. Flushes, sets, those are unique to you. And that's something that trips people up in bomb pots. We were having this conversation at a 1-2 table a few days ago, actually. Where somebody was like, well, I'm always getting quartered. Well, I was like, well, somebody can have the same straight as you. Somebody can have the same trips. Like, if you have a set and you fill up, and like he's talking about getting quartered with a boat. Well, if it was a boat with trips, totally. If it's a boat with a set, that's where you're safe. That's where you're not potentially sharing with somebody.
In fact, right before we came in here, I was quartered with jacks full of queens in a bomb pot. Fortunately, it was a big enough bomb pot. I actually broke even, but a little disappointing.
Hey, look, Brendan has a hand.
Brendan's in there. VPIP above 0 now.
Put a whole $15 in there with that ace jack and gets punished by Manny with the inferior ace.
Anthony was going to call with king jack, and how he's been running, I don't know if I'd fold anything.
Brenton is double dominating as we go 3 ways to the flop, and he has top pair. And let's see if Manny continues. He has top pair and the back door. And he's going to say, hey, I got top pair. I'm the 3-better. I have good aces. Brendan makes the call. 8 of spades on the turn.
Relative blank. Does bring in backdoor spades. Nobody with a spade.
75, another half potish bet. And a call, just like I'd expect. So the river we go. Manny needs a 7, does not get it. All these unders do mean that Manny could have potentially stumbled into a 2-pair and just pulled ahead, but
quick call.
Also, bet's way too small for Brendan to ever fold, and so we're going to see the ace-jack be good. If I'm sitting there with the ace-jack, I'd almost rather see a king river or a queen river because I was already losing to ace-king, ace-queen.
Yeah.
Whereas like ace-10 might have just sucked out on me, but we're still calling regardless. It's just a question of how happy we are.
I think that river with Manny is kind of interesting because possibly he was going for value there, but with a hand like a7, I probably would go more the check call route. And then the small bet, he clearly wasn't turning his hand into a bluff, betting just about a quarter of the pot. So I think you kind of got to go check call or go big and turn your hand into a bluff.
And this is a no-limit game. You are allowed to bet more than $100 at a time.
It's literally total copy.
Doug is considering doubling down.
Have you played much limit hold'em, Lottie?
It's not a favorite game of mine. If I'm playing it, it's because I'm in a horse tournament generally, and that's the H.
Yep.
I'm not seeking out limit hold'em generally. So
Anthony with another premium.
Raised the mystery hand, and Anthony has queens.
$0 again. A lot of people like free, Doug.
We're calling with his mystery hand.
It's the best price there is. You can't get cheap.
6-3 disappears. Rick with a 7.
Dreaded ace high flop when you hold queens. However, unless Rick has ace 7, Anthony's still ahead. Anthony was the pre-flop 3-better, so unless Rick has an ace, I think he has to get out of Dodge. Here's that's what he's leaning toward and does.
Knowing they can bring it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
First day is just gonna be like going in, just gonna be risky.
Absolutely. And what's more fun than going all in with literally 0 risk? That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, it
You can
seems
just
like
go all
I bet
in
the
with-
first flights are like crazy value. It'll be like
Have you ever, when you sign up for a casino and they give you like match, they give you like $15 match play, you're like, fuck yeah, that's exciting. So it's like that. You're like,
a slot though.
You put it on.
I bet people are just gonna be risky.
You put it on red and roulette, and you can't lose. You can only win. That's really cool.
There's no 20-minute levels.
Yeah, it'll be a shit show, but it's it's cool.
I wonder how many entries
I'm very interested in what will happen to the equilibrium was, hyped up by TCH's great promotions. And, we'll see.
Yeah.
Doug raising it up.
I mean, the promos were a big driver, but I mean, this place too.
It's mostly
Anthony riding the wave up 2K.
If they didn't do the
Prends his button.
it would have been so much fun.
Flops a gut shot for his
Like,
troubles.
people would have been like, oh, it's really that good? Oh, wow, the food's that good? Oh, you can drink craft beer? Like, you would have had to hear that from people rather than just coming and seeing it.
Slowly over time.
This place is way
25 gets the call.
way busier. The place is busier.
Five of spades and it'll help for Anthony.
Exactly. That's the genius of it. You have to experience it.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna use those.
Tuck checking now, perhaps thinking he's up against a bigger pair. Anthony not pouncing with his queen high and breaking the river.
They were all right. We had a bunch of like weird import people that came in from all over the place, and it was kind of neat.
Well, there was a bunch of like Dallas pros from like TCH Social and stuff.
There was some of those, but there was Iraqi people that were in from Dallas and other places that were playing, and I was like,
Small bet from Doug.
that's a
Looking to get called by
There were a lot of
anything, I think. It feels more like a blocker bet.
They were like, this isn't good.
I think a raise could potentially get Doug out of there.
story checks out.
I've always heard that. People are always like, Dallas, great game. Dallas is great game. But then in Austin, you know what they also say? Dallas is the worst place ever. Don't go there. I hate it.
I just gotta know.
Yeah, people in Austin hate Dallas.
Anthony, I think, kept him honest.
As a place, people like really don't like it.
Just gotta know for $5.
The hero call with the queen not going to work out.
Pretty good transaction. I get a little info.
Yeah.
$5. I know if I try to steal it, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna raise there. He's gonna call.
I don't really want to go to Dallas. Other than to play, I mean,
Oh yeah, I gave up the second you raised $5.
I went to a music festival there once.
Yeah, Austin is
I was
a lot
just
more
thinking.
culture and stuff.
There's more stuff to do, I think. It's just more me.
Hope you're all enjoying the show. Be sure to hit like if you haven't done so already. Playing some 2-5 tonight from the brand new TCH Social.
People talk about it, like the culture.
Open a couple of weeks now. Still an amazing room. And I've been putting the cash hours in here for sure.
I had kids just so I could go back to medieval times.
There's a medieval times in Dallas.
You can even get some food
We
here.
have Kalahari.
That's true.
Uh,
That's true. It's pretty sick.
I think I see Just James enjoying some.
What's better than that?
Not sure. Is that the chicken tenders? I didn't get a good look.
It's the Round Rock Express.
Those chicken tenders are huge. I mean, in terms of portion size and I'd say quality, we easily beat whatever fast food fried chicken chain you can think of.
No, I genuinely enjoy going to an Express. I don't turn down the invitation.
Top pair for Manny.
No, it's great. I would almost rather go to a farm team game than a.
C-bet gets
one
called.
because of how much more chill it is. Like it's like $15 to get in. Everything.
We're shutting down now.
Good seat for like $30.
Of what it is.
Safe run out for Manny.
$1 hot dog promos.
I've gone to going to Texas.
Goes a third.
UT baseball games is a good time. Not bad.
Gets the call from Ace High that he so badly desired.
The lodge promo, is that Austin only? Or are they doing the same thing in San Antonio? I doubt it.
I actually don't know, and I don't really care. But I don't want to go to San Antonio. But it is an interesting question of could you use it in San Antonio?
Well, I'm just wondering, like, if they're doing free roll plays in San Antonio, like,
They're not
evaluate
Promo while we have a moment.
I have to look at it.
We've got the Trailblazer Poker Tour making its inaugural stop right here, TCH Social in Austin, just over a month from now, October 16th to the 28th. QR code on the screen will take you to the website with the details there. Full schedule getting announced soon, I'm sure.
I came here and fucking saved $800 by spending 3 hours in line. I didn't like it, but it was a good deal.
Stood in line for 3 hours and saved $800.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
They were complaining. I'm like, I get value like this again for a while.
No, you can't. Oh, what I might do is I might should have done it for the other thing, but open up a credit card to get like spend a bunch of money and get some points. Get some like
Okay, graphics sorted out now. Manny raised and took it.
You get a block. Jeremy did that.
That's pretty smart.
And on to the next hand.
Sure, there are ways to.
7-6 suited for optimize.
I haven't quite thought about.
Goes for the limp. I'm sure somebody will do the lifting. Sully with the 10s again. Nightmares of the last time. He ate a 5-bet the last time.
As long as Doug doesn't have king queen off this time, he should be fine.
We're safe. Brenton with the small suited ace. See if he wants to. No, he's going to just fold. Not going to do any free betting. Optimize going the limp call route. He's got 2 unders to Solly's 10s as we go heads up. King 9 deuce 1 spade. Optimize with a pretty hard whiff.
Yeah, pretty.
Check, check, and now optimize drawing dead.
Yeah, pretty bleak flop for the 6-7 suited.
And optimize going the check fold route.
So Sully, 1 for 2 with 10s. Jedi had their second Aces Burger, one of the great menu options here at the new restaurant at TCH Social. A moment ago saw Sarah, one of our great servers here. Also have a full bar, great place to hang out. Chat with your friends about your big wins or your bad beats after a good session.
You can tell horror stories about flopping straight flushes and losing.
that would be a good one. You'd have my listening ear. Not your standard bad beat story.
The ace is making the rounds now.
Just James raising up the ace-4 suited from the low jack. Anthony makes a call, another suited ace.
Rainbow flop. Nobody connecting well. James going to continue. Has the betting lead, does have the back doors, and gets the better raise out of there. Why we do the raising.
Yeah, and Anthony probably thinking, I've won every meaningful pot. I'll let somebody else win one now.
Lose the small pots, win the big ones, right?
It's true.
I tried the other way around. I tried winning the small pots and losing the big ones. That doesn't work.
Doesn't quite add up at the end of the night.
And it doesn't seem that way.
I've certainly had those sessions where you feel like you win all the small ones and lose the big ones. Fortunately, I had a session here the other day. It was the greatest 5-card stretch I've ever had. I'll make it quick for everyone. I had aces, 10 jack suited, trash, then kings, then aces in a 5-hand stretch. So sometimes you catch the heater.
I once had aces 4 times in one orbit.
Wow.
I didn't win very much.
That's incredible.
They didn't lose any pots, but they also didn't win a whole lot either.
That's what's going on. All right, we got 4 players. 3 checks, crazy.
Yeah, I
4 bet. 25.
Top pair for Rick, middle pair for Optimize.
Double gutter for Manny. 3 ways we go to the turn.
miserable experience, yes. And nobody will know because they don't know who Doug Holt is.
What?
Fire. 8 bet, 100.
Doug actually,
Entry
got
from
an
Rick.
this morning to a text from Doug.
Manny might continue with the straight draw, or he might not.
People that play a lot of 135 or something.
So 100 into 150 there.
I give my thoughts on things.
You continue with the double gutter for those odds? I think I do. You have the implied odds as well.
Yeah. The question is, do we call or do we raise?
It's true too.
I told him that. I told him that
I think we could definitely have check raise flop.
even though things are a little bit different.
I'm in a check raising mood tonight, aren't I?
Yeah, you do seem to love the check raise. Making me realize I probably should utilize that maybe a bit more often than I do at present.
And then deciding what number you want to throw
How does
out
that
there,
work?
then I'm
They're
gonna
like
stop
two.
it. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
They're just.
No, what'd you say?
Anthony's still leading the way up almost 2K. Manny right, well, far behind him actually, up $200. Brendan about the same.
I haven't watched it yet.
Competitors. Like it's like as if
Play one-handed win, that's the trick.
we're like, all right, now we're partial.
Anthony with a playable hand. King, queen off.
I thought there was a bet. I thought for some reason there's a straddle. 5 is 10. Sorry, 5 bet 10, 6 fold, 7 is 30.
Hot swing there. I've not watched it. Check it out.
Solly 3-bet his king queen, and Rick making the call. Brendan with a mediocre suited ace, but the button. Like, you could make the call here, and you could also make the 4-bet, the cold 4, and you know what? He's played one hand, so I'm going to respect that 4-bet. I like the 4-bet. I was just about to say, Anthony's probably not going to 4-bet behind you that often, so if you wanted to cold call what the pot odds, that's viable. And we do see King Queen and King Queen both get out of there. Rick's closing the action. Maybe he considers one call.
Okay. I saw they had both parts on them, but at the same time, they're not dependent on them.
And he does, and heads up we go. 9-5-3, 2 hearts. Brendan has swapped the nut heart draw.
Do they have
Even further ahead now.
And his ace kind of sucks, which is all the more reason to bet. You'd love to get rid of ace king here. And you're never dead. 140 the bet. You even have the backdoor straight draw. Like, you're even liver than usual here. And Queen Jack is just going to have to hit the knock. Right? Yeah, there we go. Aggression wins.
Nicely played by Brendan. You brought up a point too as well early on. If you haven't been playing a lot of hands, sometimes when you're card dead, you got to know that your table image, even if you haven't been specifically playing tight, it might appear that you have been. So
Yeah, like,
you're going to get a little more respect.
Blocker at that point, and I'm going to go to town. We see just James and Brendan at or below the 15%.
Lottie line.
Hold the line.
Manny and Anthony, dead 50% VPIPs.
I've seen bigger.
We definitely have had some players that VPIP higher. I think we've had plus 70 a couple times.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's been profitable very many times, but
It's usually not.
and I would imagine Anthony and Manny will normalize a little bit as we go along here. A couple ace queens again.
Outswise on the button with an ace queen of his own.
I didn't even know what happened. Like, I didn't
So
even
we
know
go
anything
aggressive.
about what happened.
We do go aggressive. I see a black chip there. It's 180.
Yeah, big fan for sure. I need to rewatch it. It's been probably 4 years. This shirt, every time I wear this shirt, people compliment me. They love it. So they ask
There's
where
the
they can
grease
get it.
out of there.
It's just, it's like, it can't tell, it's like Tropicana. So it's like the, you know, the orange juice thing, right?
There's the king 6 out of there.
Yeah, the some.
Doug going to peel with his own ace queen.
Oh, it's, you gotta watch it.
These two have been to battle many times. Ooh,
They
top
both
pair.
have top pair.
Headed for a chop, folks.
Doug is free rolling slightly with the
I'm also
diamonds.
from New Jersey, which is kind of ridiculous.
You've never seen it? Yeah, it's great. It's so good. You're so lucky that you haven't seen it and you get to watch it.
Yeah, Doug with the only free roll.
Behind on so many things.
I think The Wire is up there.
I watched The Wire 2 years ago, and I really enjoyed most of it. Not all of it.
Optimizer for small C bet, $100.
I'm watching Game of
I think he's trying to see where he's at, as they say.
I'm sure both players realizing, of course, that 10-Jack did flop the nuts. Hand both players could have 3-bet or called a 3-bet with.
Doug calls, and King of Hearts. So they're both downgraded, and the free roll goes away for Doug.
And that's a terrifying turn card for both players. It brings in more straights as well as an overcard to their pair of queens.
Check, check. And we get the brick river, the 4 of spades.
Not surprised me at all. Check, check, or check, bet, call is my prediction.
And the Jimmy McNulty, like, doing the whole fake.
Possibly a blocker bet from Doug. Also not surprise me.
It's the journalism.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, it's been so long. I haven't seen it so long. I just know the Shipyard one is the one that's really usually don't like.
I like that.
The second season.
Gonna get his food first.
People don't like it
And
because
it's a different taste. Like,
and it's totally different characters.
The ultimate blocker bet, $5 from Doug.
What is this, $5? Or is, yeah, you know, it's $5. It's the minimum bet, and he gets called. Chop it up. Like last time he did that, it was slightly more than $5. Like he verbalized the number. Yeah, the old min bet.
I think it's really well written, and the characters are very compelling. Like the spot, it's very well acted. And it's very well
he mixes the cards and then takes the losing hand. What a chump.
Not sure what statue you're talking about, Beeper. I don't see any statue.
It's like a Whataburger cup. I'm not seeing the statue either.
Yeah, because it's like it's in the early 2000s, right? So it's like Coca-Cola, Tropicana for breakfast, all like the.
Is that on the show?
Whataburger is a Texas institution.
I think it's just a 20-year anniversary.
Can I say something blasphemous?
I'm not a Texan, so it's okay.
Okay. I'm probably going to get blown up in the chat for this, but I have recently decided that I think Dairy Queen's burgers are actually better than Whataburger. They don't have...
Okay, I know what they're talking about now, that lamp or whatever. That
Oh, you saw it?
Okay, yeah, I see it. On the shot that points at seats 8 and 9.
Optimize a couple of 6s here.
Like, I'm not a big Dairy Queen fan myself. A lot of those in Texas, though.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I know people complain Whataburger has gone downhill since those people from Chicago bought it.
Well, I didn't notice a change there. My thing with Whataburger is everything has the same Whataburger smell, and if you get burned out on that smell, you're burned out on everything they sell.
Back 9-3. Manny with a pair of 9s and the best hands. Overs on a gutter for Barber. Tons of equity.
It's hard. I would like
85 for Manny. The second pair. Second pair betting into all these players. Fairly wet board.
There's some satisfaction that.
Manny definitely showing he's not afraid to force the action here, and I think this might work. Nobody else with much. Barber has a gutter. 2 overs. Does make the call.
Heads up we go. 7 of spades straightens it in the wrong direction. Check, check. And that's going to be a whiff for the king high. Pair of 9s will be good. Does Barber want to attempt to address the fact that Manny would bet check? I think he does. That was the third pot. Trying to look milky, and the front door draw did get there. He does block the made flushes.
And as you said earlier, it doesn't have to work all that often to be profitable. And it will work this time. So we got a couple of comments. It appears I did not get flamed for my comments about Whataburger. Beeper says they'll allow me the Dairy Queen exception. I appreciate that. Bill James says I'll take Brahms over Whataburger with the exception of breakfast. Brahms actually pretty decent. Not really found around this part of Texas, but I think a little further north. And Brendan thinks I could improve my diet, and there's no doubt about that. But generally, not a big fast food eater.
Or poker players.
Well, actually, much easier to eat clean as a poker player now with the new restaurant here, as we see Optimize and Doug having a couple of dishes.
Very true.
Pretty broad menu. You can have something healthy.
Similar menu up at the TCH Social Las Colinas location as well. Just up there a couple weeks ago for one of the Poker Atlas tournaments.
Rick going to raise up the ladies. It's like just one caller from Anthony, King Jack.
Just one caller. That's not a lot. Not by Texas standards.
Yeah, this is real heads up, not Texas heads up.
Half pie from Rick. Please have a 10, Anthony. Or please just be stubborn, Anthony. Makes the call. Anthony needs a king.
Ooh.
Gets an ace.
Rick not loving the ace on the turn. He'll
Rick
keep
is
the
the
pressure
racer,
up.
though. He can keep telling that story that he has the aces. And that's going to get Anthony out of there. Imagine we would have gotten the Queen River. That could have been chaos. Straight versus boat.
That would have been brutal for Mr. Anthony. As played, Rick gets one street of value. Not a little bit of a wide call there for Anthony. He did have a lot of backdoor possibly. You know, there's a lot of cards on the turn that could improve him, but the ace not one of them. On to a PLO bomb pot. I believe this is our third now. $15 from each player.
How do you like the bomb pots being 15 instead of $10 now in the 2-5 game?
I think it's fine. I mean, I think fits the game. But what about you? Have an opinion?
I think it definitely cuts down the stock to pot ratio.
Yeah.
Like makes it easier for a lot of money to go in, and 3 pair for Rick on the top board, and 2 pair for him on the bottom board. Steel wheel draw for Barber. It's Manny doing the betting. Queen Jack 10-10, which doesn't actually have a lot of this. Jack 10-6 deuce is calling. Rick and the small blinds with all of his pairs just calls. I would have probably check potted in Rick's spot being out of position and having so many blockers. Now everybody's going to call. Ace-5 for Brendan on the bottom board. And ace could be big trouble for him. 9 of clubs will straighten the top board. 4 of hearts, the bottom board. And now Rick on the bottom has
just James with the nut straight on the top.
Aces and eights, yeah. Just James with the straight, getting there. Manny betting again. He has the same straight. He has the Jack 10 straight. And on the bottom, he still just has a pair of 10s. Usually not sufficient. James making the call. This is a It's pretty one way. He does have the gutter with the 3 to a non-nut straight though, which is risky business. And we're gonna go heads up.
You can fold and remember.
5 pairs just gets out of there.
5 pairs.
5 pairs gets out. Ring the deuce on the end, and this will chop if it gets the showdown. Actually, this will quarter if it gets the showdown. My mistake. The pair of 10s will be good on the bottom for Manny somehow, because everyone folded. All in and a call. And yeah, so showdown, they both have Jack 10. So they'll chop the straight board. And then the bottom board will go to the pair of 10s. People are wondering about the pool table. The pool table did survive the move. We had 2 pool tables at the old location, and they can now be found at the new location. You can't see it on the camera, but if you come into the club and then you turn to your left towards the restaurant area, on the right you have the restaurant, on the left you have the pool tables.
They have their own little nook in the front. Saw a couple folks playing yesterday.
Just a little juicer, I guess.
Good way to spend some time while you wait for your seat assignment.
Adding 200. 6 is adding 200.
And back to Hold'em. Now that we've got that pot chopped up, and onto another hand.
I'm sure I do.
What are you looking for? PLO? PLO's down there, yeah. Line fold, one fold.
Someone's looking for PLO. We got that here.
A lot of PLO, some big PLO as well. I believe they were playing 5, 10, 25 or something along those
I
lines.
saw some 5, 10, 25 running a little bit bigger than I like to play.
That is a very big game. Some deep stacks. I believe it was yesterday as well. They were playing on the stream table. Would not be surprised if there was 100K on the table at some point.
God, I'd love to stream one of those games.
It would be a lot of fun, actually. Actually, when I took my short break earlier, ran into a PLO player that was asking if we'd have a stream coming up, so we'll have to talk to our producer about that.
Bottom 2 for Rick. Top pair for Anthony.
Dangerous spot for Anthony here.
$60 on a fairly wet board. I'm check raising if I'm Rick. I don't want to see any more cards.
Yeah, a lot of turns.
Most of the turns.
Almost, yeah, most turns. Not good for Rick's hand.
That does look like a check raise. Stuck a 1 on it. 160. Don't know if this is going to deter an ace.
Anthony's been a little sticky in these spots thus far, but
so many draws out there, I certainly can't fold top pair yet.
yeah, and he also does have position, so he can be a little more comfortable just
And some
making the
backdoors
call.
of his own. Ooh, 4 hearts. Speaking of backdoors, that's the emergency 10 high flush draw for Anthony. And that does complete a lot of the front door draws. 6, 5, and hearts both get there. And Rick is going to say, hey, I was repping a draw. And now I have it.
Stack sizes here.
155. This is going to commit Rick. Or it's going to commit.
Yeah.
It is going to commit Rick, I think, to do something on the river.
I think the only
gets raised now.
Rick can maybe get away with another heart on the river, but he's pretty pot committed.
Thanks, Casey, for doing everyone's work for them.
Anthony may just be debating jamming it in here. Top pair does have emergency hearts, although Rick could have plenty of higher hearts than the 10 of Anthony.
Anthony thinking it over.
While Anthony thinks, Beeper in the chat says 5, 10, 25. Please tell me that's nickels, dimes, and quarters. It is in fact dollars.
Yep.
It is a big game. Looks like Anthony has chosen a call here, carving out calling chips.
Doesn't it have to be like pretty significant to overturn stuff?
10 outs for Anthony. We go to a river. 747 in the middle.
Queen of spades won't be one of them.
Rick is going to be good here. Just under a pot-sized bet left.
Go small.
Yeah, for that size, I just don't see Anthony being able to fold, but possibly it looks milky enough that he can get away. He is getting almost 5 to 1.
That's why I really don't want to have the 10 of hearts. I blocked the busted straight draws.
Is a possibility Rick bet a flush draw that got there on the turn, and Anthony's.
You do block that a little bit with the heart, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great spot.
Be a great fold if he can get away here, but just getting really good odds, and he flicks it in.
Makes the call, yeah. Sees the bad news. 8s and 7s, the winner for Rick.
I know I've been guilty of this as well. He's up about 1,200 now, but playing with house money makes it a little easier to make a call like that.
The question is, do we think Rick is bluffing river correctly? If he is, we got to probably call with the top pair. I maybe don't do it with the 10 though. If I have something like ace king, I'd probably call. But that's probably the worst hand. I don't want to block the missed straight draws.
How does it change?
I need to have some bluffs.
How does it change how you view the hand if, say, Rick had just jammed the river there?
If he jams the river, then I'm getting worse odds.
Does look bluffier.
Yeah, and he's saying I have it or I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very polarizing.
And then but we look at the 10 of hearts. Like we blocked the one that didn't get there, but we also blocked the one that did get there. So it becomes awkward. And then you play the lower stakes games. Some people are just not bluffing river.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether or not that's true in the case of Rick, but that's another consideration. Like, is random unknown guy bluffing river correctly? And the lower stakes, the answer is often no. You get to the 2-5 master stack, the average player does get somewhat better.
It's going to go from like 5 to 1.
One call. Is it a clear safety thing or what?
I think it's just unfair to the returning team with the way
I think the rarest of moves at the lowest stakes is a check raise bluff on the river. Hardly ever see that, but you will see it at some of the higher games.
I see 2 players with heart draws. Rick thinks he has the straight flush gutter. The 7 is busy though in the hand of Optimize, who has the nut heart draw. And we do see pairs for Manny and Anthony. Optimize betting 75.
All these
Rick actually has a gut. Optimize has his straight flush out, but
Has the combo draw. Check raise would be viable again. Does decide to call this time. Doug calls as well with a gutter. 2 gutters, actually. 4 of diamonds, so hearts don't get there yet. Rick does pick up a pair of 4s.
even equity for Rick and Optimize. See that pretty rarely in No Limit Hold'em on the turn.
Optimize blocking the 75, but got there. He may bet again.
Because the kicker can just always kick it into the end zone.
Well, it touchbacks at the
Hammer, we'll get to your question after this hand.
If you kick it, it has to land between the 0 and 20, I think. If you land it in the end zone, the kicking team lands in the end zone, then it's like the 35 or 40 yard line. The other team gets to start. 35, yeah.
Oh.
Instead of the 25. So
that's interesting.
So it's
because
bad
before
for
it was the 20.
What?
Right? Before you got it at the 20.
25. It was 20 and then it was 25. Now it's 35.
Okay. So now it's not as. So now the kicker is trying to. They're trying to drop it in.
They're trying to drop it in at like the 3 yard line.
So they don't.
Rick lets it go.
Nice play by Optimize. Gets Rick to get out of there with a pair. Optimize obviously with mini outs on the river. So Hammer, you asked a great question. He asked, did TCH Austin move or was there a remodel? There was actually a move. It's just right up the street on 183 in North Austin. Basically walking distance, very close. And
yeah, across the street from the old place, basically. Across Anderson Mill. And yeah, brand new location, TCH Social Austin. This is way bigger than the old TCH Austin. 45 tables. We can pack more in there if we want. Like we probably will next month for that Trailblazer Poker Tour, the inaugural stop. I'll put the slide up after this hand so you can see what that's all about. Nice roll, by the way. Yeah, for my money, this is the nicest room in Texas, and I'm not just saying that because I'm sitting here in their booth.
no, it's absolutely true. It's the nicest poker room I've ever been in. And of course, added the restaurant and the bar. Plenty of seating if you want to just hang out before or after a session. Beautiful spot. Tons of TVs, a huge big screen as you walk in if you want to watch a football game while you play some cards.
Ace Queen for Doug gets the job done. And Trailblazer Tournament Series. Scan that QR code to get the details about the inaugural stop at TCH Social Austin next month, just over a month from now, October 16th to the 28th, and other stops at other locations throughout the coming year. $2 million in guarantees on this one, and should be a great one. I'm sure I'll be firing a bunch. Can't wait to see that schedule.
Inside that zone, then it will come out to like the 20 regardless.
That seems like
no
a
matter
really
where
bad
they
Oh,
fair catch.
you can do a fair catch in the 0 to 20?
I don't know.
I thought you had to return
I think you might have to.
Fair catches were just for punts.
I think you have to.
I think they're discussing the.
I don't know about all that. I just remember they were doing like 3 different yards that it could come back to.
No, I
It
think
was
you
like the
have
30, the 40, and the
And there's the target zone, there's the landing zone, or whatever they call
yeah.
it.
It is a much different look.
They ruined onside kicks even further, though, and that saddens me.
Start going towards the defending team or return team until someone has their hand.
I think they should change. If you just kick it through the back of the end zone, you get to bring it out to maybe the 35 or so, make it a little more of a penalty so there's more returns.
Well, it's the 30 now with this new rule.
Yeah, so, but I guess point being to incentivize them to actually
Holy
have
God,
a return.
Optimize folded 10s.
No
A
problem.
raise and a 3-bet from Brendan, who's bet snug, and we're folding 10s. So taking a page out of the Solly book. And Doug gonna 4-bet that ace king, and Brendan gonna say never mind with that ace queen. Good fold.
Yeah, nice fold from Brendan. Didn't even have to think about it long.
Perhaps Optimize suspected that anything he did with the 10s would get met with further resistance from Doug.
Anthony still leading the way. It's gone backwards a bit, still over 1K in profit. Manny behind him, just under 500. Doug, Barber, and Brendan all winning along with Optimize. Rick right now down the most, hasn't run particularly well. Same for Just James. And Sully's made some good folds, but down a bit. And Anthony now with the ace-king suited.
And the jacks for Just James, they're going to collide again. A limp and a raise. This feels very familiar.
Second time that Anthony has limped a premium, either under the gun or in the +1.
Barber cold calling.
That's pretty fucking low.
Do we limp call or do we limp re-raise with the ace king? As Manny's going to get in there with the 9-8. I see Bones in the background. Hello, Bones.
I don't think you limp a hand like this if you're not going to raise now, and here it comes. Although a lot of balls are going to go off for Just James and Manny.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty mixed up now.
Yeah. They're thinking this is aces, kings, or exactly what Anthony has.
I've got aces.
Hey, everybody. Yeah.
That's what just happened.
In fact, in a very similar scenario, I folded kings pre-flop for the third time in my life the other day. Unfortunately, the aces got it all in with 10, so I got to see that I was right. But, yeah, it was somewhat similar. In that case, it was a limp, a raise, a 3-bet by me, then a cold 4-bet by the limper. And that is always aces at the stakes I was playing.
Just James gonna flat.
Bones is crazy, dude. Have you seen how insane?
Gonna just pray that the overs don't hit and then pray that he's good. Because he's gonna be committed if the overs don't hit. Only one jack available in the deck with Barber having the queen jack of clubs.
Barber and Anthony are deep enough. Barber could maybe throw in the extra 150 there, but
he does
elects
not want to
to.
flop a dominated top pair. That's
Right.
probably the thought going through his mind. And Manny is probably wondering why he put the 45 bucks in there to begin with. He will not throw good money after bad. We'll go heads up to the flop in a coin flip scenario. Jacks versus ace king. So far, so good for those jacks.
Great flop for James.
Even better flop for Barber's queen jack of clubs.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Holy combo, holy Batman.
Barber kicking himself a bit, but
Results oriented. Hey, it was
Yeah.
gonna brick, right? It's gonna brick.
I would have let go of the queen jack as well.
I think Just James with, I think he's got a little more than 400 behind it. It's probably about 600 if I had to guess. I think all-in's probably the move here. And then just pray that he doesn't have an over or pair.
Wow, does not. Yeah, goes for value here. Was a pretty safe, relatively safe flop for jacks.
We don't want to see any more clubs, not holding the club.
Anthony without backdoor hearts, but pretty small bet relative to the pot size, makes the call.
2 overs. Heads up to the turn. 9's going to pair.
Pretty safe card for James.
So next time he comes
As
over,
played, I wouldn't be surprised if Just James is maybe thinking Anthony is on some kind of straight or flush draw here.
ask him about it when he comes over.
Although the back raise wouldn't necessarily make a ton of sense there. Could be even worried about a pair higher than jacks. Although the checking wouldn't make sense either. So he stuffs it, and I think Anthony is going to have to get out of there.
275. A pot that's going to be 1,300 if you call.
I remember when that happened.
If your 6 outs are all live, I don't think you have the price. Not quite.
Yeah.
It's close, but not quite. And that's if they're all live, which they may not be live.
And in this case, only 4 are live. Yeah.
I mean live in the sense of like a club might complete a flush.
Oh, correct. I see what you're
Like,
saying, yeah.
When we think about outs, like, so this is actually sort of a controversy with poker content. When we show the outs, do we want to account for the dead cards or not? Because if I'm sitting here at the table, like I don't know about dead cards.
Exactly.
Unless something's been inadvertently exposed. Like we know what got folded, but that's not something that really goes through the calculation because we don't know that those cards got folded.
Yeah,
what I'm
and
thinking of is like, does the club actually screw me? Like, does he actually like have aces or kings and I just lose?
Yeah, I had a similar discussion with a player the other day. They had flopped an open-ender on a monotone board and wasn't quite sure how to play it. And I said, I'm not chasing open-ended straight draws on monotone boards because very likely you go from 8 outs to 6 outs if you don't hold.
And sometimes you will be dead already.
Right. Yeah. So you're either dead already or you have 1/3 of your outs, or sorry, 1/4 of your outs gone.
Or you're up against a set and then you're still fading a board pair.
Doug with the suited ace jack here.
Manny going to close the action with a dominated suited queen. Heads up we go, 52 in the middle. No sweat for Doug. Flops himself top pair. This should be the end of it. This should be the end of it. Yes, it is. You never really know. I would have thought Queen 4 would have been the end of it.
A lot of big pocket holdings thus far tonight. We've had a lot of big pairs, a lot of ace king suited. Of course, ace queen, your favorite hand, but certainly we've had streams with many fewer premiums after 33 hands.
You can't get a lot of interesting spots without premiums, though.
That's true, too.
Those suited connectors.
It's true.
Let's not bash those mid-wing pairs. Those can be the most interesting hands. Like aces and kings, like you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Bet, raise, all in, call. F me. Why do I play this game? Solly with the Jack 9 of clubs to teach it. Okay.
Used to live in his hometown of Richardson, Texas. Very random fact. Is TJ Cloutier still around?
I'd met him a few years ago up at Choctaw. As far as I know, he's still with us.
Yeah.
Might even still play poker every now and then. Have a look at the V pips. We have half the table playing like half the hands. Sometimes they've been getting cards, sometimes they just feel like playing hands.
Yeah, sometimes if you're card dead, you can let boredom take over and maybe play a little wider than you should. Do my best to resist that, but not always the easiest thing to do. Rick here with the suited connector.
Ace jack offsuit just hitting the muck against that +1 open. Not a lot of players find that folds, but that's often the right fold.
I mean, because I'm checking and there's 3 of us, and then if you bet, I'm just probably
Deeper says TJ got second place at TCH Dallas last month in a big tournament, so
good for him.
Sounds like he is still playing well.
He is still playing, still winning. Good for him.
He's doing like the 29-30 at the end.
Here's the thing. You're gonna have players who are gonna show up here and they're gonna like play pretty wild. You're gonna have players who are gonna be trying to win the game. They respect the money. They're trying to win the game. I don't blame them. I'm kind of one of those players.
I am a for-profit player as well, so
yeah, it's like it's not even a question of like trying to make money. Like I have a full-time job outside of poker. For me, it is more a matter of like if I'm going to play a game, I'm going to try and win the game. It could be poker.
100%.
It could be like it could be playing Monopoly with family. Like I'm still trying to win.
Yeah.
There doesn't even need to be money. I'm going to try and win.
I will trade winning a bit more money for some critique in the chat any day.
Yeah. But yeah, Ace Jack offsuit, especially against an early position opener, that actually gets you in trouble a fair amount. Like we know Rick's been on the wider side, but against a lot of opponents, like you just end up with a dominated top pair and you lose a bunch of money. It's not like you're even going to flop good draws. And maybe some scoopability in our future here. These boards somewhat similar. King and a jack on both boards. Clubs on the bottom. Let's watch these graphics catch up. Anthony has flop nut clubs. And kings and tens for Rick. And straight flush gutter for him on the bottom. He has got a smaller flush now. He's going to call Anthony's 135. Anthony, nothing on the top for him. Barber calls ace jack 10-6. So two pair and some draw possibilities. Fairly one way though. Deuce of hearts and then the four of spades on the bottom. No longer the nuts for Anthony. That does pair the board. Anthony has a wheel wrap. And he still actually does have a stranglehold on that board despite it pairing up. But we check through. Queen of clubs. Queen of clubs. That's a straight flush for Rick. Anthony going to get burned on this river, but not the way that you think. So that's going to be Anthony getting scooped here. Rick is going to be the one doing the scooping. Kings and tens for him. And then the king high straight flush, number 2 on the bottom. He bets 420, the correct number. Over to Anthony. This got worse and worse for him. He has a pair of fives on top. And he has a non-nut flush on the bottom. Like, he could just be against the boat. He could be scooped. I wouldn't blame him for folding. He makes the call.
I was worried about that, honestly. I really was.
Oh my God is right.
So it's 420? 420 is the best.
I know somebody in the chat had a horror story with a straight flush. Maybe you could offer condolences.
I mean, of course, I thought about the boat more so queens, right? If you had queens, that was obviously I saw the straight.
Yeah, that turn got pretty dicey, especially with the queen. Like anybody could have a queen.
Had a straight flush on me, and I was like, okay, I need to look for straight flushes more.
And like queen, queen, and another Broadway has the draw on the top board, so you could definitely get to the river that way.
Ace king.
You're less worried that the turn fills somebody up immediately just because you got the kings and the jacks spoken for already.
Sick river. I mean, I do the Roy, obviously.
But yeah, straight flush on the ends.
That's so on character. Stuff. I thought I'm just, hoping for a chop.
Royal flush blockers, then it's fine. Then you know. Sorry, you can't look at it.
And Rick picking up some jacks.
No, never. Never. No way, man. Absolutely not. Call 9 fold. 1 fold.
I mean,
no, I don't repocket. Because the river was paired, right? Both were paired, right?
Was the king out there?
The king and the jack were on the top and the bottom, right? Queen on the river.
Jacks versus deuces. Rick and Optimize going heads up.
The paired board is what? Yeah, would put me off.
I assume he has kings full.
5-4-3. Optimize flopping an open enter.
Just be potty, right? And taking the split.
Deuces will be good if he's not up against the bigger pocket pair, which he is in this case. 55 from Rick. Certainly optimized, not going anywhere in position. What the open-ended straight draw makes the call. And the emergency pair of deuces. 8 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. 7-6 was already a made straight.
Someone pulled like a Hershey's wrapper out of his pocket. And
Doesn't connect with a lot of Rick's range at this point.
She just got like, he took like a wrapper out of his pocket and handed it to her. Like I could feel it.
2/3 pot from Rick, $100.
If he's truly.
Optimize is still beating a lot with the deuces, so he's going to call. He beats random ace X's, he beats heart draws.
It's probably not malicious.
King of diamonds. I'd shut this down.
You gotta have a lot of audacity.
Any other king seven.
Rick is going to fire one more time. 155, the price tag. And Optimize beats less than he did. He is going to let it go. The right decision this time. And we're going to take that one.
Oh, no, it's just like.
And we'll look at the B pips again. Similar to what we've been seeing tonight. So much poker happening. We got like 15 tables of cash going. And we've got the tournament going on, the $60 no limit holds him, 3,000 guaranteed there.
3 raise 25, 4 roll back.
6s for Optimize.
Yeah, you gonna give it back? Time.
Rick going to defend his big blinds. Ace ace 10. Check, check, and jack on the turn. So that's a gutter for the king 6. $20 will get the job done for Optimize.
I don't think we've seen a flopped set yet.
Yeah, we've had everything but that.
Yeah. Certainly in bomb pots, but not in the no limit hands. On to hand 38. Manny now leading the way up 391. Really nobody up or down particularly much, especially for a game of this size. We'll usually see some winners in the few thousands. Sometimes, unfortunately, someone walks away down the same amount. Long way to go, though. As mentioned, we'll be with you a little over 2 more hours until 10 o'clock Central. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Hop in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Glad to have each and every one of you with us here at TCH Social Austin, our brand new beautiful club, as Rick raises up an ace-queen offsuit from the small blind. Doug will make the call with an 8-9 off. Just James in there with 10-jack offsuit. Ace high flop. Rick way in the lead here with his top pair, queen kicker, as well as the top spade, backdoor spades. 4 on the turn, changes nothing, an essential blank. After checking around. Imagine Rick's got to try to get some money in the pot, and he will choose to do just that. He's going to bet 45. Doug not going anywhere with his second pair, and Rick is going to river top 2. So now definitely will not be folding, and is going to try to extract some value here from Doug. Unfortunately, Doug with just now downgraded third pair. Probably not going to call a very large size here, and it looks like Rick's going to go about 130. Oh, excuse me, 155. Quick fold from Doug. So Rick climbing back here, he was down around 1K to start, but coming back from that initial hole.
Yeah, that was the year that Sanchez got drunk, like he was eating like a hot dog on the bench, stuff like that. Like during like an AFC championship.
As you can see on your screen, this is 2-5 No Limit Hold'em. We come to you every Wednesday from 6 to 10 Central. Please join us next week as well. Hammer says, embarrassed to say watching from Minnesota. Minnesota, a great state. I've been there many times. Definitely nothing to be embarrassed about. Great food downtown. Some of the countryside quite beautiful as well. And Doug now with his premium pair of kings. He'll raise it up. He is in the big blind. And unfortunately for him, no action. He's going to win just 40 bucks. It's kind of been the story for some of the big pairs. Doug and Optimize not getting any action with their aces and kings.
Sorry. It was, yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the board was 3, 4, 5. So I was just drawing you an ace or a 6. You have me.
Anthony takes appears to be a water break. He'll rejoin seat 5. Peeper says Minnesota is Canada's septic tank. I would have to disagree with that. It's got a pretty beautiful countryside. Although I have been in the wintertime, and it's the coldest cold I've ever felt as a native Texan. Manny here going to raise up the king 10 off from the +1. Sully calling in the hijack with queen jack offsuit. Brendan, best of it so far with ace jack. He'll make the call as well. 3 ways to a flop. 6, 7, 8, 2 diamonds. Everybody with a diamond. Brendan with the ace of diamonds.
Manny,
and
with
Manny.
the power of aggression, getting it done.
Manny's done that several times today. He's won several small and medium pots with pure aggression, so those add up.
He did have overs in a gutter. It wasn't a total air ball.
Got Russell in the box dealing the cards. One of the many experienced dealers here at TCH. He's been here as long as I've played here, which is several years.
We are doing auto post, right? It's always auto. Yeah,
That's right. Stream games are auto post. If you have to be away from the table. Incentive to be around, and also makes things a lot easier for production. Our awesome production staff, Kristen, Mel. I think I saw Katie go that direction.
Katie?
I don't know if she's pressing buttons tonight or not, but.
Three players.
You're going to play your range.
Check.
Yeah, even if I have a look at the card.
And 10-7-3. Gutter for Manny. Pair for Doug. Doug wins. That's the most victories you're going to see from that uniform this year.
This is the Doug bingo card.
Doug wearing the Jets uniform, if you're just listening.
Beaver, I'm not sure how she spells the name.
You are, in
right.
fact, a Giants fan, correct?
I'm a Denver Broncos fan.
Oh, that's right. You already mentioned that. I was going with the New York knit.
Yeah, Giants suck too.
They are pretty terrible.
Daniel Jones continues to be a huge mistake. I really don't know why they paid him last year.
They are on the hook for a lot of money and lost their best player in Saquon to their rival. Not a good offseason.
My Broncos are pretty pathetic too. I really hope Russell Wilson's good to go for the revenge game this week. He said he could play through that calf injury. Let him do that. And look at this. We have another straight flush draw on our hands.
Open-ended.
Straight flush
Oh, excuse me, gutter.
Lots of checking. 5-4-4, 2 hearts. Brendan can bet at this, and it won't be likely that his opponents will have connected. Manny will call with the gutter. I think Beeper's trying to make a Texas pun with that post. Katy, Texas, K-A-T-Y.
Yeah, I was looking at Beeper's comment. Wants to know the spelling of Katie's name. It is, in fact, the IE variety, but...
2 gutters for Manny now. On the Ace of Diamonds turn. And he leads into Brendan, who has a price. So we're going to see a river. Ah, we can't get 2 in one night. So Brendan will win with 8 high. If
the rare
that's how we
8
get
high
the showdown.
victory.
I think he's going to edit this, though, because he has 8 high. And Manny has 7 high. Value bluff of $100.
With
Will
the
not
best
get paid
hand,
off.
with 8
Yeah,
high.
the value bluff.
TV mentioning Jordan Peterson in the chat. I'm not exactly sure why, but Jordan Peterson is from Canada. Possibly that's the reason.
Played my range. Rolled a 4.
Well, hold on. That's not playing the range. That's playing the hand, sir.
Drill a 4.
Some Minnesota discussion in the chat. I've driven through Minnesota, and one time I connected through Minneapolis. That's as much as I've ever been in Minnesota.
For quite a few very random reasons, I've been to Minnesota several times, but I find Minneapolis to be a pretty nice downtown area. A lot of good restaurants. Countryside is beautiful in spots. But I did mention earlier, it's the coldest cold I've ever felt as a native Texan.
You mentioned Minneapolis. That's some serious St. Paul erasure. The forgotten twin.
Twin Cities?
Yes, the Twin Cities. That's what I was getting at. Just James getting at a 3-bet with his ace-jack suited. Anthony hanging around with ace-jack off. Heads up we go.
Ooh.
And that's a diamond draw.
Free roll for just James. Nobody with a pair.
This is a better flop for the defender in terms of having pairs, having straight draws, having made straights. That said, James is never dead if he meets resistance. Does have the 2 overs. They go with the nut diamonds. Anthony floating.
Interesting float, but not a believer yet.
And just James with just the nuts.
And actually a gutter to the royal.
Can we do it? Can we get a king of diamonds one time?
I had a counterfeit 2 pair. He like rivered, you know, the
Of course, we can see the hands, but obviously here a check back would be good from just James. Might get a bluff out of Anthony on the river.
Obvious struck gets there. Gonna be hard for Anthony to continue without a timings if you bet. Unless it's a flush over flush scenario, but there's not that many flushes available is the problem. There's a low into half pot. Please have two pair. Please have two pair.
Gets out of there.
Does it mean you have to bet every hand even if it doesn't make any sense? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, if it's neither a bluff nor a value bet?
We shall never know. We're going to have a royal flush on stream.
Wouldn't have mind a rabbit hunt there. Rabbit.
The king high straight flush is the biggest hands I've seen on stream so far.
What high straight flush?
The king high straight
King
flush
high?
that we had on that
Yeah.
bomb pot. Number two, those of you who are familiar with low ball, the best hand, like that's number one. The second best hand is number two. Like 7-6, 4-3 deuce if you're playing deuce to 7. That's number two. I'm saying that on the high side, king high straight flush, that's number two. Those numbers have way less meaning if we're going high than low, but anyway.
Only way I get paid is if it's like an ace in the turn and there's another time. Then I get paid.
Barber raising up a suited connector. Doug's going to go set mining with a pair of 9s. Just makes the call. Are you 3-betting 9s there, Lottie, in the low jack?
Probably not at this table. I really don't want to face a 4-bet and then not have a price. Manny's pair of kings is the best hand, despite being just second pair in a 5-way pot. And Manny betting. And this just might work.
Okay, now I was confused. I thought you had the better. I thought you had a better two-pair.
It does work.
Oh yeah, that's brutal.
Manny really getting away with it tonight.
It does remind me of the
Chipping away.
there was a 1K
Don't believe he's won any large pots, but I believe he is one of the biggest winners thus far, although we don't have a huge winner at this point. I imagine that'll change in the next couple hours.
I'm guessing there's not a lot of awareness at this table about what might have happened 15 minutes ago. That is our delay here. Like if we had awareness that Manny was doing what he was doing, I think that he'd get some pushback.
So he had nothing. But Jack High win.
Even if it's in the form of a raise just to say prove it. Or show me, as they say in Missouri. The show me state. I've never actually been to Missouri.
I have been to Missouri as well. I've actually been all over the central U.S. I used to have IT accounts for all the Central Texas or Central U.S. universities, so I've been to a lot of random states.
Like unfortunately, if you're like, I know you're bluffing.
A lot of the states I'm missing are in the middle of the country. No North Dakota, no Kansas, no Missouri, no Arkansas for me yet, no Tennessee rather. I've been to Kentucky, never been to Tennessee.
I've probably got the gap that you don't have. I have a lot of the Northeast. I've been to New York, but I haven't been to, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania.
No Maine for me. No Maine, no Vermont.
Yeah, well, likewise. I've heard Maine in the summer is quite nice.
I hear that as well. Tucked away up in the corner.
Do you know what it was?
Oh, really?
I've been to the other corners of the country. I've been to Miami, been to LA, and I lived in Seattle for a few years.
I've been to the places you mentioned except for Seattle. I have been to Oregon, never to Washington.
The 9 changed. I almost 3-bet you. Just 'cause I was like,
Did someone want to win still?
didn't feel like the right
And I'm sure you've never been to Vegas, Lottie, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You would have no reason to go there.
Certainly not for like 2 months at a time.
Maybe in the summer, maybe.
Yeah. It's like 115. Who would go there?
Halfway. Oh yeah, 805. 25 live 10.
Manny actually leading the way up 375. I can't recall a stream where we've been about 50 hands in and the biggest winner is 375, but we find ourselves there today.
Well, you know, we pass the money back and forth sometimes.
Yeah.
Fourfold. 5 out 10. 6
I'm going to place the over-under on the biggest winner being 2,500.
I could take the over on that. We just need one big collision.
Yeah.
And Sally going to open up the king queen. Welcome back to the game, Sally. Hasn't had a lot of cards to work with in a bit. Like his highlight is making the big fold with the 10s in a totally justifiable spot. And King Jack 8 is going to equal top pair for him. $50 for Sally. This should end it. Does end it. I want to gamble some of these channel points.
Let's do it, Lottie.
How much are we putting on this?
Let's see what I got.
Kyle Frisbee confirmed Busto.
Had a nice session before the stream here, but no small bills. Let's just do $5. How about that?
$5 it is. Okay.
5 is right.
You want to go first?
Sure, I could do that.
You can't disrupt the great entertainment that we're doing.
This is for y'all, not for us.
No, this is for the viewers.
So, again, for y'all, everybody but us. Yeah.
Here we go.
Please leave a review, guys. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Leave a review.
Like and subscribe. I like what they're saying. Do those things.
Google reviews right now?
Ooh.
Google reviews.
Lottie, you're in the driver's seat. 21 for me.
At a different game, that's a really good number. Not this game, unfortunately. So, can the aces hold against the kings is the question. Let's find out.
Rick here with ace queen suited. And Manny's going to outflop him with the lesser of the queens. He has top pair with his queen 7. And you roll a 98. I hope for future games you used up all your good rolls here.
Maybe. I was the very first person to roll 100 on this thing, you know.
I've actually never seen that.
It happens.
100.
I've also rolled the nut low. I've rolled the old 1 ball. And this is a spicy turn. Ace Queen does turn the nut heart draw.
It's just the whole vibe, 2 stars.
And he downgraded the second pair.
5 stars.
Just the whole vibe, 2 stars.
Manny fires out another 85 towers.
Yeah, it was like Taylor Swift, have my kids and the cats or something. No, he didn't say that. He did not say that.
I mean, you said something in between.
I don't know what kind of liberal media you're watching here. Not saying that.
You said something.
Rick,
I forget what the tweet was.
kind of flat in position, getting a great price. Gets there.
Bingo for Rick.
Elon is not even secretly or even controversially.
No better feeling than being bet into with the nuts. Unfortunately, when he raises here, I don't think Manny's going to come along.
I say we go about 500.
Oh, I have now seen the sculpture or can or whatever that is that looks like a Whataburger. A cup.
Yeah, I will give you a child. Yeah, that's kind of that's weird.
How big do you go?
That's weird. I'm going to tell you.
Is he going 420?
I will give you a child. It's not the most disgusting way.
Of course he's going.
It was
420.
420.
Good job. 420.
280 to Manny that he is not going to be calling and lets it go.
Yeah. And it happens to be a very intimate thing with your body.
He was not playing another dollar in there.
Guys, we're gonna do a bop up.
Rick from worst to first was the early bottom of the leaderboard. Now at the top, up 429. Great comeback for Rick.
It helps when you make a straight flush in a palm pot.
Definitely one of the more helpful things that can turn a session around. As our friend Uncle T likes to say, a bomb pot can make a bad no-limit session a great session, or a great no-limit session a bad session.
Yeah.
Have to be careful. Speaking of which, we move on to bomb pot.
But I had low expectations of many things. Kamala exceeded my expectations, but that wasn't hard to do.
I think she exceeded a lot of people. From what I understand.
Wow, like you really.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see the earpiece she had in? Did y'all see that?
Oh my God! Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
4 deuce and ace 9 deuce. Rainbow boards.
What is this? What people were saying that she was
Not looking quite as spicy as
There's like a. She was wearing these Tiffany earrings.
some previous
Doug's got a
stuff.
4. No friend.
happened to look like an earpiece.
Did you? Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear. 135.
Trip 4s with the 10 kicker on the top board.
Optimized with some
Top
pretty
set.
useless. Well, he's got the top set, and he's got some pretty useless aces for the top board.
But if you look really close,
Manny with kings.
it looks very similar.
Lets it go as he should.
It's good for a meme.
See if we see the 4 anywhere. There's the other 4. Rick has the other 4, and it does have a buddy. 4's full of deuces.
The truth is just what people believe.
Nothing on the other side but a pair of deuces.
Don't question my truth.
Maybe sometimes.
My truth is that the earpiece.
Plus the 135. Back to Doug. I'm actually folding if I'm Doug.
That is my lived
This is a mediocre one-way hand.
Yeah, I think I'll let that go as well. He may be calling once, hoping to fill up, but
Like even optimize, I don't love it so much. At least there's no draws. That's the one justification for optimize. It's a set of aces, but it is a one-way hand.
does improve to a boat.
No, he doesn't. We only have 1 9 of clubs in the deck. That was the 10 of hearts on the bottom.
Oh, at the graphic
spread
show
with
tonight.
themselves.
Wait, a guy around here.
And
Oh, at Shuffle? Oh, Brad.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy's
right now we still have optimized out front with a set of aces. Doug picks up the open ender
What was really funny
on that
is-
bottom board.
Sorry, Brad, if you're watching, but I have a friend that's he's an astronomy PhD, and he plays poker. He used to play for a living. He sits around all the time. You probably played with him. His name's Chris.
Forceful for Rick.
I have a friend who's a pro who's in astrophysics.
Yeah. Well, he is an astrophysicist or astronomer.
Yeah.
And so.
And
he,
the
like,
forceful
got into
deuces
it
actually
with
fold.
flat earthers, like, debunking all
So
the-
Doug now free rolling optimized with a straight draw.
But like, just hearing
A jack and a
someone that really
7.
knows their shit try their hardest. It's funny.
And so they are going to chop this.
Reminded me of flat earthers and we're insulting them. I feel like you might be a flat earther, just because like you kind of have like the look of the people who are flat earthers and you're very quiet.
Oh no! I feel that was just a negative 3 or
No. Like they just.
Doug
look
now
like normal
checking.
people who are, like, in their, like,
Doug without a boat, just the trips. And he's going to get punished by optimize.
Isn't that what like basically every flat earther?
Going to get put to the test. Trip 4s with a 10. This is the problem with those one-way hands.
I think if your point, James, is that
10s and 7s on the bottom.
around you have that you talk to about normal things have some very different.
This might be one of those spots where he says, which half do I get?
Is that what you're saying? I agree with that. I don't.
Nice pot by Optimize. pretty obvious to us, but definitely have to pot in this situation. Once it's checked to you, not really worried about the possible straights on the bottom board. You have aces. Oh, and Doug makes the call. Wow.
Chop it up.
I have to say, I'd had a tough time making that call, but good call by Doug.
I have a tough time getting to the river.
I agree.
Wishing and hoping over there. Holy crap. Golly, lucky duck, man. Gamble, gamble. Hey, just make it,
So,
make it correct.
also going to stop this one up for our 2 players.
I gotta say, I do not like
We're past the halfway point tonight.
economic policies. It's just libertarian and
Pulling wide the New York Knit with you, Kyle Frisbee alongside me as we play some 2-5 no limit hold'em, 2K match the stack, with the $15 bomb pots every half hour or so. At TCH Social Austin, and that'll be the mic drop moment for Russell. It looks like we've got Sal coming in.
He'll be the final dealer of the night. Dealer's doing 2-hour shifts on the stream.
And helps us to not hold the show up. Usually it's a half hour at a time if you're out on the main floor, but one of those little accommodations for the live stream. If we're playing musical chairs in the box, then it's fewer hands for all of you.
if you put any other Republican
I
up
mean,
there, I'd probably vote
it's a low bar, but to be fair, the last guy was actually worse.
Also takes a little bit of extra level of training for the dealer. As you see, they wear a headset. They're calling out the bet sizing and seat numbers to the producer in the other room, inputting that so what you see on your screen. Cards are read by the table automatically.
Do you think there should be like an upper range? I'm with you on that.
He's done quite a bit.
Yeah, what?
I'm not going to get offended.
Barber there in seat 9 talking to Doug. Fun player to play with. Played with him yesterday, actually. Was excited about coming on the stream today.
People that are supposed to be able to do various jobs aren't there to do them.
Great, slash it.
It's been a regular on the stream for some time now.
No, it's not. The problem is not playing.
And if you're interested in playing on this show, there is a link in the video description on YouTube. Follow that link, fill out the form, and get you in touch with production. Wherever it is that you want to play, be it here at TCH Social Austin, or perhaps the Houston location, or Dallas, or Rio Grande Valley, the other locations we stream out at. They may not have a stream, but Las Colinas and Spring both worth checking out as well. Ashley RGV is the only one I haven't been to yet of the 6 TCHs.
I find myself in deep South Texas occasionally. I want to stop in there next time I'm in that area.
I have not been south of San Antonio yet. I've lived here.
Wow.
Lived here almost 8 years now. And I have not been south of San Antonio yet.
Well, as somebody that grew up south of San Antonio, there are some nice parts, so I'm not going to disparage it all, but in many cases you're not missing too much. But do like to make it down to the Rio Grande Valley occasionally.
The further you get from I-35, the more nothing there is what I find with Texas. Until you hit Houston, or until you hit like the Midland, Odessa area.
Right, yep. Yeah, there's a long stretch after the hill country to Midland, Odessa where it's...
then you're in oil country.
Yep.
Then you're in New Mexico.
I believe this is true, but the Midland area with the most millionaires per capita in the United States, I believe, based because of the oil money.
That wouldn't surprise me. I have played a little bit of poker out there, and I believe it.
Based on what you've seen?
Based on my limited exposure to the poker scene out there.
So does the New York Knit have some Texas oil money from those trips?
Cash, yes. Tournaments, no. Gave it back in the tournaments.
people don't like
You can't do that.
I think it's got to be increments of
It's
10.
got to
Increments of
double.
5.
It's only 10. Yeah, then I do 15 and he does 30. Or I do 20 and then no, you're good. You're good.
I feel like
Live 10, live 10.
yeah, you can make it
10 or 15.
I would imagine.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Like you can't raise to like 22 free flow.
Okay. You can't do 12, Strabo? They can do 12.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you totally can.
Okay.
It's a 2-5 game.
Never mind, I'm totally right.
Oh, wait, no.
it doesn't matter.
Now we're gonna be. Now Doug's gonna be the
Yeah, but
asshole
don't
that makes it
be
11
that
every
guy's
time.
husband. So live 12. So, 6 forward, Strabo. 5 forward, 6
My
forward,
problem
7
is
forward.
I think that
8 range is different.
I feel like we can have this conversation because we're civil about it. You know, a lot of people might be offended.
Rick's going to raise up a suited queen 6. Is in the hijack.
Manny's defending his suited cards.
I had a conversation about vegan.
See if Manny can continue his trend of winning these small medium pots with not a whole lot.
I got the floor came over and was like, James, stop talking about veganism. I was like, dang, man.
Wait, who said the floor told you?
The floor told me to
Check.
stop talking. He didn't say anything to the guy.
There's another diamond,
Talking about your experience,
and that's an open-ender
Yeah,
for
she
Rick.
was asking
Like,
me about like
necessarily-
veganism because she was considering going vegan. This was
You
an
guys
album.
wonder, like, what cat tastes the best? Like, Asian
Yeah, Rick kind of turning the world here.
Too many outs.
The dreaded too many outs.
You weren't even like, I think that. You didn't express something like, I think that.
Won't have the chance to brick.
Go to hell or something.
No.
You were just like, this is what it's
I
like.
said that like eating meat is bad for the environment. Because of,
Looks like Rick's going to extend his profit lead by 37 bucks.
I would say even if it happened once, I just wouldn't think it. It
Yeah, I
probably
was
is
really mad.
But this game sounds like a small profit, but you can take that right over to the restaurant here and have a very, very nice meal. Great prices at the restaurant, particularly for what you get. The other beautiful thing about it is, as somebody who often will play past or around 10 o'clock, most restaurants close that have any decent food, kind of relegated to Whataburger. And now you
Guys are up and running until 2.
can have a great meal up until 2 o'clock.
Maybe I just go for a dessert after the show. Maybe I go for the brownie sundae.
I mean, I've been at poker tables before where we
Ace Queen versus Ace King
down
action.
the line for sure, and people have gotten really fired up, and it's been appropriate for the floor to come over and say, please stop talking about this. Like,
Yeah,
let's all
people get
calm
fired
down.
up about
But
it.
that seems like a completely ridiculous. Like that guy should just be. That guy should be taken aside and like told to, like, you
Yeah, he
can't
was
be
visiting
threatening.
from Texas.
You can't be threatening.
Manny going small with the 3-bet.
Very small 3-bet.
This happened in Albuquerque.
Little sus, but Sully's got position.
On like the border of Texas and New Mexico. It's closer to travel.
Definitely not folding.
Looks like he's going for the 4-bet here.
Maybe he knows Manny's been a little bit active, and he's going to tell Manny to prove it at a somewhat unfortunate time. This time Manny's actually got it.
Yeah, the wrong time to take a
It's
stand
the one
versus
time he
Manny.
doesn't have like the bogus like King 3 or something.
How do you have?
165 to 4-bet. Does Manny go for the 5?
He's probably married.
And
That would
he
shut
is
it
doing
down.
just
He
that.
goes for the 5.
Yeah, so what I was going to say.
He 5s it to
I
5.
think that personally, I think Trump is better at running the country than
560 in fact.
probably Kamala would. And that's.
Unfortunately for Sully, if I'm him, this ace queen is going into the muck here.
Yeah, he's unfortunately stepped in it. We've seen Manny get frisky. We haven't seen a 5-bet though, and
Trump had a better personality, I would for sure.
5-bets have been pretty honest at this table, apart from Doug and the King Queen offsuit. But I think that was partially trying to get the short stacks for himself in an all-in scenario. Manny does get this through. He's going to show it.
So I figured she would avoid it.
I believe he may have just shown one card, possibly.
The King said everything he needed to know.
Yeah. Yeah. It does make me laugh occasionally if a player just shows just one card and it's the one card that goes with the other card that you were pretty sure they had.
instead of that. Exactly. Trump should
Agreed.
I think the table's discussing politics at the table, something I tend to avoid. And nothing really good comes to that. And that's what I'll say about that.
I would definitely agree with you. And the worst time to bring up politics is at a tournament table because you can't just switch tables if you are exhausted of the conversation. So,
Yeah, and you're probably not going to get people to vote for whoever you want to vote for just because you gave an impassioned speech at the poker table.
yeah, I can't say I've ever been in a public place, poker table or otherwise, where somebody was on the other side of the fence and it's like, you know what?
Yeah,
You just convinced me. I think I changed my mind.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I want, like celebrity endorsements. Like, am I picking my president based on who a celebrity likes? Am I picking any politician based on who a celebrity likes? I mean, they probably have different views than I do, and they have different priorities, and that's fine.
What do you mean, Lottie? I just waited until I found out who Taylor Swift endorsed, and I just went with that. Is there any more you need to know?
Well, I mean, do your research as they say themselves, and yeah.
I just skipped to the finish line and just went with that. I thought that's what everyone did.
You want to have celebrities tell you what to think? To be clear, I say this about people who endorse any candidate, like whichever side you're on.
In case it got lost in translation, I'm absolutely kidding. And if you choose to vote for whoever Taylor Swift endorsed, who I actually do not know who she did, I could probably have a guess, but that's fine too.
That is your choice.
That is fine too. Barber here, gonna raise up his ace queen, 3-betting it.
I don't like being told what to think in general.
Ooh.
King.
Optimize. Finally getting some action with a premium. Knowing Barber, I'm pretty sure he gets away here. I don't think he's going to want to call a 4-bet with ace-queen.
And it's optimized. We haven't seen optimized do anything insane.
Thing about optimize, he is capable of doing this light, but
and ace 10 is not that great to begin with. Like ace 10, you could just fold under the gun to begin with, and never even get to the spot.
James, we're out of the woods.
Ace queen suited, I would like better than ace queen offsuit.
It's compounded by Barber would have to play the rest of the hand out of position. Let's it go.
Could have also considered a bluff. Gonna show a king, which again, it's gonna just tell him everything he needs to know.
That has to be a huge relief for Barber because that's either ace king or kings, most likely. Yeah. Actually, I hope he doesn't mind me bringing this up, but when I played with him yesterday, I 4-bet kings and he had ace queen or ace king. Chose to fold. I won a 3-way all in on an ace high flop. He was gave me a little needle after that for costing him some a nice pot, but that's why you 4-bet, folks.
Yeah. Aggression wins very often in this game.
Are you a member of QAnon?
Hammer making a good point. If you're talking with intelligent people about it, the discussions can be good. I totally agree with that, but if you don't already know that walking in, it's a bit of a risk. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I just conspicuously avoid that altogether.
There was like 6 or 8 of them, like this big, all over his car, and it was an American flag print.
Oh, Anthony
King is going to punish Brendan.
Wins a small one. I hope this doesn't go too far into a political discussion, but to your point about avoiding the conversation altogether, I remember back in the 80s and 90s, it was kind of widely known you didn't discuss politics or say who you were going to, you didn't ask somebody who they were going to vote for. That was considered rude.
And now people are making it their identity.
Right.
Which I'm not sure I like that.
I totally agree with you.
Now, somebody brought up an interesting question at the table. Are you a member of QAnon? Well, I mean, it's a non, right? If you were a member, it would be anonymous, right?
Barber with the ladies.
Even before that happened,
It's not you say it out loud, right?
They did it only for Let's Go Brandon.
Still want to lay those 7s down.
Optimize going to call and set mine with his ducks.
Except he probably won't get the chance to set mine because Barber's probably going to 4-bet.
Yeah, Barber says, I'm done folding to 4 bets. I'm going to be the man this time.
Especially with a 3-bet and like a bunch of cold calls. We have to 4-bet.
I believe he just flatted. No, he does. He does. I did not see the chips he grabbed, so big 4-bet from
Thank
Barber.
God, a flat would have been terrible.
I totally agree. I was a little worried there, but Barber does come in for the 4-bet. Pretty sure this is going to win him the pot right now. Not sure what Doug is thinking about. Oh, wow. Doug making a move. Wow.
This is an effective all-in. The 2270 is an effective all-in. Barber. Call. CAWL call.
Yeah, obviously we can see the hands, but you can't completely love this spot if you're Barber.
Remember the king-queen hands at the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
After that happens, we can never, ever, ever fold queens against Doug.
This is true. If Doug gets this 5-bet with 4 high through, that would be definitely the move of the night.
That would be bluff of the year.
You know the conspiracy theory that Justin Trudeau...
Come on, Barber, make the call so you're not sick when you watch this back.
There's people that believe that Justin Trudeau...
I don't blame him for thinking about it, and he is going to put it in. Good, great call by Barber.
Doug with 2 deal cards, the 4-3 of clubs. Barber all in and covered.
Doug does have a big hand buster.
37-28 in the middle. Here we go. It's Barber flopping the open ender. Doug all but dead. And that's that for Doug. Queens and jacks and 10s for Barber. 3 pair.
Terrifying run
Doug
out
playing
for
the board.
Barber. You're losing to ace queen, any king.
Like anything that would actually 4-bet except that BS.
You're even losing to ace jack.
We could have a royal flush on stream. You know,
We've gotten close.
Yeah, we didn't quite. We could have had quads versus royal. Why can't we be playing normal poker? We could have quads versus royal. And more quads. Everyone has quads. And royals. Right?
Have we had quads over quads on stream? I bet that's happened at some point.
I don't know that we've had that yet. Like maybe in a bomb pot.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
maybe.
probably.
Even that's pretty hard.
I think that's going to put Barber in the driver's seat of the biggest winner of the night. Sometimes it just takes one hand to turn your session around.
Doug got stubborn, Doug went for it, and this time he got punished. But we've seen players folding to 4-bets tonight. That said, I don't know, like, again, speaking from the GTO standpoint, which I don't think Doug gives a damn about that, 4-3 suited is just the fold free flop against the raise and the raise, and an early position. That's usually just the folds, but
definitely a move he didn't have to make. I'll throw in just a small defense of his move. It did appear that that was the bottom of Barber's calling range. I think he gets away from jacks, 10s, ace queen, obviously, maybe even ace king.
Which begs the question of those hands that you just mentioned. Which of those 4-bet to begin with?
Also a great
the 10s
point.
have even 4-bet, or the jacks have 4-bet? Ace king probably. Oh no, I think we've seen Barber flat ace king previously to a 3-bet.
I believe we did see that.
So we have to think about what the 4-betting range is to begin with.
There's a whole documentary on the conspiracy.
And work from there.
It's like an hour long. There are many,
I bet you have to go to like a really specific URL and like
Has played, nice hand for Barber. Sitting on almost 4K now. Doug also with 4K. He's going to add on to match the biggest stack, being Barber, I believe.
Barber going from one strength to another. He has a spade draw. And Doug with the top pair. They might be colliding again. 25 from Doug. Rick with the queen five of hearts.
That's pretty high.
The back door is going to call, and Barber could go for a raise here. Like, you could justify a check raise. I think he might flat. He's going to flat. Imagine if Doug ended up eating another raise from Barber.
That was not a conspiracy.
That was a conspiracy at the beginning.
And the deuce does not help the cause.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a conspiracy.
I don't think that was ever as framed.
Rick is going to lead, though. I don't think this turn really changes anything, though. I don't know that leading is going to tell a story that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the deuce of virtual blank on the turn.
Today's not the day. I was going to mention that.
Offsuit
It's not the day to bring it.
probably being the most important aspect.
I don't think this changes anything. I think Barber needs to hang around and see, and he's going to fold.
Wow.
I was about to say, we'll see if Doug does anything goofy, and that might be. Doug folds top pair.
Wow.
What?
Very interesting hand.
Okay, I take it back. Everything I said. The lead was the most brilliant move of the night.
In another world, I could have seen both players call there and see a river.
Yeah.
Barber could have been a little worried if he puts 80 in there and then Doug raises. He just flushed 80 down the drain.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you don't want Doug to put a raise in behind you. He's not always going to have 4-3. But I'm surprised top pair folded closing the action. Hey, the 5-4, that's better than 4-3. That's one better. Rick, you're not playing blackjack.
You know what? That would be my top priority.
What's the $30 in there? You cannot double down in this game. This is poker.
I mean, that'd be unique.
I totally. Yeah, he's totally gonna listen.
Brendan's gonna play hands.
He's gonna like block my.
4 ways we go. King 4 deuce, 2 clubs and a diamond. Top pair for Doug. You think he's gonna fold it this time?
I think he'll hang in there a little bit longer. Does have a much better kicker, but yeah, still a little bit surprised by that last hand.
James and Wright both have a pair. Everybody checks, and now Doug has 3 kings. Do you think he's going to fold 3 kings?
If he folds, I quit.
If you could have given me a % chance that you would just gobble up all the PLO in town.
Don't think he'll be folding here. A 4 on the river would be devastating for just James. Rick, once again firing with basically a nothing ball, has a pair of deuces this time.
The king pairing does make it less likely that somebody has something. Doug going to smooth call Rick, gonna give him some rope for the river. Just James with a pair of 4s. Gonna get out of the way. He might be able to beat 1 player. He definitely can't beat 2 players. To the river we go.
Why can't you have something like this?
Ace on the end. Right 4 clubs get there. And checks over to Rick. Rick gives up.
Well, not to mention the wallpaper. How about we wallpaper?
This is incredible.
So
what would your thoughts be with Doug's hand there of going for some thin value? I know it's a little scary front door flush got there, but
remember, it was Rick who Rick did
yeah.
In position. I don't know that I want to lead it here because what's going to give you action?
Yeah, they're really, they look like absolute.
I would lean toward checking as well, probably, but I've been trying to work on for a kind of thinner value a little more often than maybe I have in the past. But.
And if I'm Rick and the obvious score gets there, I got to bluff that river, I think.
That's a great
trips
point,
are not
too.
Folding. Trips are not folding, but crappy pairs are folding.
It was a great bluff card, but of course, I don't think, probably would not have worked Doug with trips there unless he went.
The trips aren't folding.
maybe an overbet works some of the time, but
It has to be a pretty darn big overbet. Like not one that I would recommend. Like I'm not trying to get a king to fold out, that's what I'm saying. And really, I don't know that I want an ace to fold out. And how many aces does Doug have at that point anyway? Because it's the ace of clubs. It's not like he had enough club draws. Like I'm trying to get like pocket jacks to fold.
yeah.
I'm trying to get pocket eights to fold. I'm not trying to get an ace to fold or a king. So I don't think an overbet's even necessary.
Hammer says weird plays that don't make sense messes with your head. That certainly does happen from time to time.
Texas poker messes with your head.
I will say if you see a weird play that messes with your head, a lot of times it's good to stick around at a table like that because oftentimes those weird plays will come in your favor.
Are we on to full tilt?
Well, we're talking about old poker legends, which led to Annie Duke, which led to Howard Letter, which led to full tilt.
Yeah, you gotta have a picture of Annie Duke. That would be really good. No, actually.
On to another bomb pot.
In 2019, that's what I mean. That era. TCH in like 2019, they were gonna have Annie Duke.
No.
They were. In like 2019, they were gonna have Annie Duke. And after some discussions with some of the leadership, they decided not to have Annie Duke.
I was telling him, I just went to an ear doctor, and I called my ear doctor now. I found out he personally knows Annie Duke and Howard Leonard.
He must be in with the good crowd.
Yes, he
4, 4, 3, 10, 5,
I would
5.
trust him with a lot of money. Just give him a lot of money.
Optimize with the 4. Anthony with the 5.
Definitely not scary.
Anthony doing the betting.
He's a good judge of character.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He was actually, I found out later, he was on review for the medical board for like a year. He was suspended. I was like, that's not right. It's up his alley.
Doug also
Doug
with a 4.
a better 4. Don't know what his last card is. And he's going to be the first. He's going to raise, actually. He's going to raise over Anthony's 135. Optimize with kings and a 4.
What time is it? I got the time.
Does not feel like he has scoop ability. He makes the folds, understandably so. No guarantee that the trips are even good. Manny folds as well, so back to Anthony. Ace Jack 7-5. Gutter on the top, that could be dead. And top trips on bottom. With overs to the 10, so. A little bit dicey with the one-way hands.
It's just too stereotypical. I love it. It's just so stereotypical. I love it. You know, I worked it. You did. You told me you worked it out.
Yeah, tough spot here for Anthony.
And I definitely credit that to why I use the Android stuff. There's no way I would ever.
I don't think the betting's going to stop on the later streets either.
That's the thing. You got to be thinking about, am I willing to put the rest of my stack in here? Because Doug does not show any sign of slowing down.
Because it's probably going to be $935 on this turn, otherwise known as pot. We don't know the last card for Doug yet. Deuce and a deuce.
No, I did it pretty proactively. I just felt like I need to understand this product.
So Anthony has turned a wheel on the top board. So Anthony might be scooping. We don't know Doug's last card.
It is possible.
If Doug doesn't have a boat, Doug's in a lot of trouble here.
They're more integrated with everything.
Even if he has a 5, he's only quartered. And Anthony is going to get put all in by Doug. He bets, he gets put all in by Doug. He makes the call.
Big pot, almost 4K in the middle.
And Doug in some trouble here. Ace Jack 7-5, and I see a 4 for Doug.
Does he have a friend?
And hearts come in for Anthony on the bottom. Okay, ace, 4-3 for Doug. So,
oh, flop the boat, so looks like we'll be.
Yeah, so that is going to be a chop.
And actually, Anthony improving to the nut flush from his trip fives on the bottom board.
Yep. So that is a chop. So yeah, the bonus card, the mystery card, that was the card Doug needed.
Across the oceans to like it's wild stuff.
I feel like I did hear a story recently of like
Probably at least some disappointment from Anthony with his potential scoop there.
Yeah. Yeah, you see that wheel hit. It's like, well, you know, he's not always going to have the boat there.
There was like one major outage that was literally caused for the show. You have below. Internally, we talked about that, joked about it all. I know up top you have the boat. That was sick. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know where. I mean, in the end, I didn't know. Yeah. You didn't get there though. Okay. I mean, I got it straight in purpose. Oh yeah. 6 and a non-part of it. Yeah. Just like I lose all my money for that bomb. It's like I don't know, like people.
On to hand 61. Bunch of mystery hands folding out here. May need to remind the players to get their cards over the sensors embedded in the table. Brendan's going to win it with a mystery ace.
And there are marks here on where the scanners are. It's not like they don't know where to put them.
Yeah, a little tougher to see on the new table. I do love the new table, though. The rail is a little bit less offset from the table, so very comfortable seating arrangement. You can see Barber after that huge pot versus Doug with his queens, making the semi-tough call on the pre-flop, up 1.7K. Far in the lead. And I'm going to predict that it's going to be pretty tough to get those chips back from Barber. He's
one of the least likely players to spew.
I completely agree. We've seen him make correctly some tough laydowns, some a little on the tighter side, but playing well. Did make the call there with the queens facing a 5-bet. Not always the most comfortable call. Also very rare that you call a 5-bet and you're facing 4 high.
Yeah, that's a new one.
But admire the aggression and guts from Doug.
Playing any fantasy football this year?
I am. Won my first round matchup. Are you playing as well?
I am playing. My team scored 64 points.
I assume that didn't result in a W?
No. There's probably teams that didn't have a full lineup that outscored me.
Yeah, I was a little worried. It was coming down to last few games on Sunday, and I had the nightmare. I had a player on my bench score 34 points, just never
Yeah,
fun,
my
but
bench didn't do anything either. I had a lot of people in either the San Francisco Jets game or the Denver Seattle game, and yeah, Purdy was throwing to everybody except my guys. And then the Denver Seattle game just had no offense at all.
Actually, I got lucky. My opponent had McCaffrey, and as most of you probably know, he did not play Monday night.
Yep, the surprise scratch.
So we got Anthony and Rick with a pair of 9s. Anthony with the best of it with his king kicker. Scary connected board, flush draws, clubs and diamonds, as well as many straight possibilities. Anthony going to be sticky with third pair here. And Rivers 2 pair, but any jack now making a straight.
I mean,
Backdoor clubs also arrive. Check, check. 2 pairs enough.
Nice hand for Anthony.
You have to be where you have to be where games are, right? To be like, to be reliant on
150 of you watching
room attracting the games
across our various platforms: YouTube, Twitter, Kick. I think we're on Twitch as well tonight. Wherever you are,
hours available for dealers to
feel free to say hi in the chat or enjoy the work if that's what you'd rather do. And hit like if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe, get your notifications on, find out every time we're on across the 4 streaming locations: Austin, Houston, Dallas, Rio Grande Valley. Thursdays, I think, is usually Houston these days. Dallas on Tuesdays, Dallas Final Table every Saturday, RGV. I think RGV is on now on the other channel, Texas Card House on YouTube.
Watched them play for a bit earlier this week. It's fun to watch some of the different styles of play between clubs.
You can go from one city to another in Texas, and it'll be a little bit different.
For sure. One thing of note, if you've been to the previous Texas Card House location and not yet to TCH Social, the 1-2 cap did increase to $500, and the minimum decreased from $100 to $60. So if you want to come play inexpensively or you prefer to play deep stack as I do, options for you. And Brendan's going to flop a boat here with his 7-6.
And Anthony has trips.
Ooh. Bad spot here for Anthony. He's going to need a jack.
And there's only one of them left in the deck.
Or some kind of runner high
Anthony
cards.
probably check raising. No, just calling. Pretty straighty flushy board. I want to get some money in with those trips usually. Anthony needs a jack. That's not it. Deuce of spades. 2 flush draws on the board now. This pot needs to start growing. Needs to start growing quickly.
Anthony checks.
Oh, well, I wouldn't lead into
surprised.
Brendan. I wouldn't lead into him. I'd let Brendan bet again.
Yeah.
$90 from Brendan. I think we have to go like 250 if we're Anthony.
Yeah, I think the raise is incoming
we
here.
got to charge whatever draws he's betting, which he's going to be betting some draws. He read
exactly
my mind.
250.
He read my mind. Now, if we're Brendan, the question is, do we flat or do we 3-bet? I lean towards flatting because if we 3-bet, we force him to have a better 6, or God forbid the last 2 7s, and we're just totally dead.
Yeah, I think you flat here for
and
sure.
Then we let Anthony bluff river with a busted draw. Or we can call in position when the backdoor spade gets there, when 9-8 gets there on this nasty 10 of spades river.
Anthony's going to slow down. Well, he checked to him twice,
check.
but probably just in check call mode here.
I probably check behind if I'm Brendan. This is a hand that does not want to meet resistance anymore. We lose to all the trips. We lose to the backdoor spades. But Brendan knows more than I do.
Well, Brendan has a boat.
Makes it 500.
Yeah.
Right, he does have the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't lost the flush. So.
And Anthony snap calls, sees the bad news.
Yes, I completely forgot that he actually had the boat already. And
Yeah.
that's why he's ahead of the Jack 6. It's been 3 hours. My brain turns to mush.
Definitely happens to the best of us. It's
So yeah, Brendan takes a big one in a bit of a cooler, and yeah. So remembering that he has the boat, I actually really like the big bet because you can get paid by a straight or a flush, which is what we want when we have the boat, which is better than trips.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I think a lot of people maybe go, they're so worried about not getting called with their big hands like that, they miss out on some value by, because you have to think that probably if your opponent doesn't have one of those flushes or some stronger hand, and you bet 200 he's not calling, and if you bet 600 he's not calling.
Yeah.
But if you bet 600 and he does have one of those hands, you're going to make
The minimum
3 times
hands,
as much money.
The minimum hands for him to call there was trips.
Yeah.
Like we're not targeting a pair somehow.
Or really even an overpair.
And if this was boat over boat, we would have heard from him on the river. He wouldn't have check raised turn and then checked river if it were somehow boat over boat.
The lucky 7-6 for Doug this time. He's going to 3-bet it.
King 8-6 all clubs. Barber flopping the flush with the redraw. Can we have 2 straight flushes in one night? We're going to try again. We're trying really hard tonight.
This is the most shots at it I've ever seen in one stream. I think we're due.
Doug going to bet his bottom pair. Monotone board.
There are a couple things, but they're not.
This seems unnecessary, but there's no rule the bet has to be necessary. Barber just flatting. Gonna give Doug every chance to bluff. We've seen he can do it.
Oh,
5 of clubs! 5 of clubs! Not the straight flush, but it feels like it, right?
Just the worst,
Open ender
though.
for Doug. It's gonna be an action killer. It's gonna be an action killer. Because Barber might actually need to hit that straight flush now.
Just one of the worst turn cards, though, when you flop the flush with your 10 high. Obviously, king high flush in actuality here.
Yeah, at best, this kills your action. At worst, this gets you on the hook for a lot of money. Doug goes small. It's like, well, I've got the odds. We know Doug can bluff. Doug is on a total bluff. Barber's going to call.
I would not be surprised if Doug
Rivers
goes
is straight.
That might get him to not bluff at this, but I was thinking if he goes full pot, Barber's going to have a tough decision if he goes big here. Just the 10.
275 saying, I have a club.
Yeah, Barber in the blender. Already caught Doug bluffing once.
Is he going to bluff me twice?
I'm sure that's going through his head. Is he going to try twice? And makes the call.
Good
Barber.
job, Barber. Good
Great
job,
call.
Barber.
Extends his chip lead here.
Well, you guys are in the
Profit
same
lead.
ballpark. You said 2.5. That's not that far.
I believe he's going to now be up about 2.3K.
You guys are in the low millions.
Great session for Barber.
The rare occasion where chips flow to the right instead of the left.
It's true.
They say that usually they flow to the left because the player on your left is going to have position. They're going to have an advantage over you. In Barber's case, the player with position on him all the time also likes to bluff off. And that's where you just have to get stubborn and hit the call button.
Be curious to know what the lowest club Barber would have called with there. He might have had it. 9 of clubs, maybe he gets away.
The question is how many clubs does Doug get there with, and does that even matter? I mean, Doug's done some pretty adventurous stuff tonight.
The scary thing too, though, and of course he has been adventurous, but he was also the pre-flop 3-better, so he's going to have all the bigger clubs than the 10. But
yeah,
Barber sniffs it out.
I think that rent is always a significant operating cost.
8-7 of clubs, so many clubs tonight.
I mean, the Salvation Army was here. How much money does the Salvation Army have?
As we reach 9 o'clock, we'll be with you for another hour.
Clubs on the board.
This place is like
Misdeal.
really does look like
It's going to be diamonds, actually. This time Doug with the diamond draw, but Sally with the better diamond draw.
this wooden stuff on the wall. Like it's like we made this place look good. The ceiling, everything looks really good.
They knew what they were going to do before they started building. Unlike
of course. I mean, that'd be
They just didn't spare any expense. Whereas, like, yeah, the lodge, they didn't build it out. They didn't put this, siding in. They just kind of.
They're complimenting the decor here, and like I said, nicest room I've been in. Ooh, chaos card, King of Diamonds, flush over flush.
Oh, wow.
Doug on the wrong end of it, and this time it won't even be a bluff.
Doug with a brutal run here. Thinks he just finally got there.
Sally going to lead the $100.
Only thing saving Doug is the board is paired.
He's going to call. The raise does nothing good for him, so I don't mind the call at all. 465 in the middle. We go to the river. Jack of clubs. And Sally also has a straight, which doesn't matter at all. He's going to check. He's going to try and induce a bluff from Doug.
Doug looks like he wants to just check back here. He made kind of an interesting facial expression there.
It's like, do I want to just get to showdown? But I actually have it this time.
He's going to go... Looks like he's going to go big.
And 440.
Yeah, snap call from
Sally
Sully.
Just calls. He did not go for the raise, just calls.
Yeah, paired board, I think that's probably a pretty easy flat call.
Against Doug, I could consider the jam.
That's
we don't
fair
have
point.
that many boats that are getting here. And also, Doug actually has it this time.
Really, the only boat you're worried about is pocket nines for the most. Yeah, it's a great point.
Flush over flush, huge cooler for Doug. Doug taking it in every way possible tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, Doug kind of running into it, making the wrong move at the wrong time, and getting somewhat coolered there.
Doing those flips last time was great.
Sometimes just not your night.
But yeah, it is very clear that a lot of work went into this room. And they did a great job with it.
Beautiful room. I couldn't wait for it to open, but it seems the wait was definitely worth it.
It was. Anthony getting in there with a 5-3 suited. Achievement Burton's favorite hand. Never seen his vlog.
Well, it's been the night of clubs, as you mentioned, Lottie. So if we get some clubs here on this flop, we're going to see some fireworks from Just James and Manny.
Well, we were into club, and then we were shining bright like a diamond. So what do we have for spades? What kind of song do we have about spades? Anybody know?
Can't think of it. Instead, we get all diamonds.
And got it for Anthony, pair for the other players, and nobody's going to be that excited. Manny's going to bet the middle pair because this has worked for him a lot.
He's been taking down a lot of these pots, but Just James with top pair this time, not going anywhere.
If he fires again, let's see what happens. This could be a two-street situation. 5 on the turn. Manny wasting no time firing again. And that one does it.
Bieber asks if there's sushi on the menu. There is not, but there is a wide variety of things. If you, I would venture to say if you can't find something that you like, you're probably a picky eater. However, no sushi.
Some of us here might be picky eaters. It might even be in the booth. That said, I love the chicken tenders and the fries.
Tried those for the first time. Very good. Salmon's great. The burger's great. The chicken sandwich is great. These are deviled eggs. What else have I had? Caesar salad's fantastic.
I've had the chocolate cake. I've had the brownie sundae. I lean brownie sundae. They're both good.
Oh, yeah.
Brownie sundae.
Get a scoop of ice cream with that?
Yeah. They
Heck
get
yeah.
a warm brownie, and you get a scoop of vanilla ice cream.
You may have to try that.
Who are these people? Do I like them a lot?
Ace queen suited for Sally.
Am I drunk? Am I toasted? These are
Makes that squeeze up to 140.
If I get a job, and I am trying so hard, I cannot give up. But if I get a job, these things go up a lot.
That makes sense.
Right now, I don't have it.
I'm considering working here.
Really? Dealing?
I want to deal, yeah. Yeah, but Joe was like, Joe.
Manny gonna set mine with his pair of fives. Makes the call.
Probably finds it too.
Both players deep enough, the implied odds.
Heads up, coin flip scenario, ace, queen, or fives. Which side have you got?
Ooh, I'm gonna say ace queen. And I'm gonna be wrong here, but 2 overs to the fives and a flush draw.
That's not going to stop Manny from leading.
It's worked all night.
That's a tiny little lead.
Sometimes I'm in there and I don't know what I'm seeing,
And the queen is not a clean out either. That would complete Jack 9.
I don't know. I might
Sally floats.
I think you really want someone for overnight page.
10 pairs.
Ooh, and Manny slows down. Oh.
Check, check. To the river we go. Ace, queen, or 8. Not the jack, though. Fives are going to hold.
Manny's gonna bluff at it. And
Yeah, well, yeah, he's got the best hand. You know, bet, check, bet feels fishy. This could get him called.
gets away.
Not this time.
I was in Rocky Mountain National Park. All the hikes were like, yeah, this is really good, you know, if you get up.
Manny just scooping all these small and medium pots all night.
But I got the main hike that I did, Boulder Man. You ever done Sky Pond? Sky Pond in Rocky Mountain National Park? I don't think so. It's
I know in some older poker instructional books that are probably outdated at this point, they suggested that you look at how many small chips, particularly in tournaments, a player has, just to kind of see how many small and medium pots they're playing, to kind of judge how aggressive they are, how often they're c-betting. Is that something? I know you're a tournament specialist of sorts, so is that something you consider?
How often they're c-betting, how often they're...
Just the number, if they're out of all the low denomination chips, it suggests that they're winning a lot more small and medium pots, maybe being a little more active.
That was a lot more, so that was more true in tournaments for sure. And that was a lot more true before the big blind ante became standard. Because we used to have individual antes and everybody would be putting small denomination
Great
chips
point.
in, and they'd all get shoveled towards one player. Not really a thing now with the big blind ante. Unless you're playing stud where you still have individual antes. And Doug's still ahead with ace king.
I say Estes Park. So, that's where I got there. Yeah, the Estes Park entry, like around there. Highly recommend that. It's like 9 miles.
This is the problem I told you. Yeah, there's a great. But like, I've been like dealing parts along the Continental Divide. It's called Betty and Bob Lake. Where's that? Yeah, like I always volunteer to deal like in a friendly home area. Don't make mistakes. So you like hike up, like you can either hike up.
Anthony could be considering raising here. Has seen Doug get out of line a bit, but gets away.
I'd love to do some back.
No offense to what players do, but
I've lived around here
for a very long time. I used to just
there's nature here.
Deal hands, look at winners. I do like 7
Barber and Brendan up over 1K in the 4-figure territory of profit. Manny winning a lot of small and medium pots, up almost or a little over $400. Rick just about even. Same for Optimize. Sully, James, Anthony down a bit.
Brendan on the right end of that big cooler. Hasn't had a ton of hands tonight, but he made it count.
There's nothing like a good view. How long have you looked at?
Optimize been a little quiet of late. Hasn't had much to work with. It's going to call with Queen Jack offsuit.
That is like going up and going down. It's a place called the River Place Trail. 100% recommend that.
Coming in there.
Neighborhood in the northwest of Austin.
885 rainbow on the flop. And nobody has an 8.
bomb pot players a whole bunch. I don't think so.
Check through.
But I think the bomb pot players.
Okay, the 9 makes it interesting. We got pairs, we got a straight draw. Optimize going to jump on this.
There's like really one less straight of action. Right?
40 from Optimize. Does not even get past one player. Manny makes it 100. He does have the best hands.
Good fold by Anthony there. Gets away from top pair.
He can beat one, he can't beat two.
Yeah, you got a bet and a raise ahead of you. You've got no kicker, just a pair of nines.
And showing that he got there.
Anything above that's usually private or
Hidden Greens, that's the name Doug chooses to use on the stream, and so that's the name he's using on stream. And we're pretty permissive as long as you're keeping it not disgusting and you're keeping it like not political. Then you know, a lot of flexibility.
I heard a good tip. I played from the pot. Like,
Have you ever used New York Knit on stream?
I have not.
No? I believe I typically just see Lottie.
That's something that production started doing, and I've just done with it.
I play as Whammo as an ode to my last name, but really only people over 50 get it. That's okay.
Because like Joe was like, how long have you been pitching? And I was like, one day. I was like practicing.
Brendan.
Nines for Brendan.
I asked a bunch of deals.
Get him in the game.
On like 2 things I was doing wrong.
Makes it 50.
So when I was like pulling the cards in, I was pulling him in, looking at the cards. Cards facing.
See if he gets Rick out of there.
Facing out. That was a mistake I was making. And then technically, when you shuffle the deck,
Brendan with the butterfly shirt. Can't say I don't hate it. I'm not sure I'm brave enough to wear a butterfly shirt, but
Hey, everybody's got their own taste.
yeah, I tend to be a boring dresser. Maybe I'll have to take some advice from Brendan.
So like you didn't release.
Gotta build a brand.
You know, I always wish that, you know, there's certain people that wear a particular kind of hat to the table, maybe a cowboy hat, or we have some interesting folks. One gentleman wears a top hat from time to time.
If you're gonna get famous, you gotta build a brand.
Definitely do have to figure out a way to stand out. I think your brand is just the guy that knows everyone. I don't think I've ever seen you and you didn't know.
Or they all think they know me. And I play along. And I'm also not great at faces either.
Beeper with a very solid joke in the chat says it used to be a Caterpillar shirt. Solid dad joke there.
River Place. It's northwest Austin. Kind of.
I'll check through, and that's going to be trips now for just James.
Trail that actually.
2 flush draws available. You got to bet this street. Unless you don't, then you could just check and prove me wrong. And Barber get a river, a pair of kings. So a bet could get paid here.
Me? No, I mostly go to.
Yeah, I think he gets paid if he goes maybe 80. Even $100 might get called.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of misdraws out there. Be very hard to not call.
Concur with you, and we're back. Ish.
Computer's being a little bit choppy for us. And I think it's on our end and it's not on their end because I don't see this thingy moving. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to try refreshing my browser because I think that's the thing I was taught to do.
doing it as a workout, I felt like it was unstructured.
At
I didn't feel like at least
also,
listening, I'm like, okay, I'm working on different muscles. There, I'm just like going on the wall, trying things, and then getting tired and stuff.
let us know we're back, folks.
It's not as guided, but
Here's everything working on our end now.
I'm gonna pull open the YouTube on my phone and find out if things are behaving themselves. I hope the answer is yes. Apologies if the computer's being dumb. Yeah, so it did freeze on their end as well. Just looking at the replay on my phone. Yeah. So.
Once again, I think we would have heard something, but let us know in the chat, please, if you can hear us. Bill says looks good. Yeah. Thank you, Bill.
Unfortunately, I don't know what the outcome was on that pot. I assume the king holds whatever the bet was. And Anthony has flopped a boat on the top board. And he has absolutely nothing on the bottom board. So if I'm him, like he's actually going to just bet now. I'm usually checking here and check potting. Like I'm probably going to look to apply pressure once the pot gets a bit bigger. And get somebody off of the chop.
Yeah, I want to have as many players in there when you're one way.
And Brendan has top trips and he has aces full of kings. So I don't see Brendan ever folding.
Anthony at risk here. Brendan could catch. Actually, he kind of blocks himself of filling up on the top.
And Manny has the exact same boat on the bottom.
Wow.
Aces full of kings. Brendan has the toppest of boats, and he is going to get quartered by Manny.
Great spot for Anthony. He's going to get half their money, most likely here.
Brendan, though, can free roll Anthony. Brendan is free rolling Anthony because he does have overs. He has over. There's one king left in the deck.
Yeah, it's
one king left in the deck to hit a bigger boat. There's no more aces. It's the tiniest of free rolls. Anthony going to apply the pressure again, 540. And these guys are both sitting with, well, actually, I take that back. Brendan does have the ace-high heart draw on the top. I don't think he's, you know what, he has a 10, though. I have to say, I don't think he's counting on it, but he has the 10, so he is blocking the boats. So
yeah.
I think Brendan's going to hang around. If I'm Manny, I have to consider all of my options here.
Anthony's only got 230 left. He's all in.
Yeah, Anthony can't go anywhere. And Brendan's like, please don't quarter me.
Anthony going to make a nice profit here.
Unless Brendan hits the case king.
That would be disgusting for our friend Anthony, but highly unlikely. But any of us that have played for a while have been one-outed.
Don't tell me about it, man.
You can hit the case king on the case king.
Yeah, everybody. Table pointing out the case king is out there.
One out for the top, otherwise it's going to be Anthony on top, and the other players getting quartered on the bottom.
No. Go. Take your time. I'm just trying to give myself some consolation.
I think Sal's going to get the main pot right first. Anthony bowling for the main pot. Brendan and Manny on the side. And Brendan actually could get a nice chunk of money out of this because Brendan is well ahead on the top board in the side pot. So he's going to probably get 3/4 of the side. Yeah, and no king. So Brendan gets 3/4 of the side with his trip tens with an ace. And then he and Manny sharing the aces full of kings on bottom. And then Anthony going to get 3/4 of the main pot. And then the aces full of kings going to quarter the main pot.
Yeah, nice win there for Anthony. He'd been going backwards for a bit, but
so he does make a profit because he
nice profit.
He put in 1/3 of the money, and he's getting half the money back. This is where the one-way hand rewards us instead of screwing us.
That's true. You can get it 3 ways.
If we put in half the money and we pray that we get half the money back, that's not great. If we put in 1/3 of the money, we get half the money back almost certainly. That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Anybody would take that investment.
Yeah. It's a serious bummer for the aces full of kings that two of them have.
Serious bummer. Yeah, you don't think you're getting quartered there.
But Brenton legitimately thought he could have some scoop ability having the top trips.
Oh yeah, I'd imagine he thought it was a very real possibility, and
The
goes.
only problem is that his his overs are all spoken for.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hard to actually fill up if you needed to. But against some players, even the top trips will be good.
Lala in chat says go Ant. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that is his girlfriend Laura.
Yeah, in the Anthony cheering section.
Go Ant indeed. Nice pot there for him. Wins about $500.
Yeah, either way, still sweat. If you get a one-card straight flush draw on the river, if you sweat at this point. One outer. Yeah, one outer.
So I had lost all my points, but I think I'm allowed to do it again. It refreshes every hour. So you ready to go again?
You need to have points, though. You need to have at least 10 points.
They said it refreshes every hour. I believe it's been an hour. So
okay,
I think I can
first.
go. Well, I went first last time. You're up this time, buddy.
Okay, whatever you say. Wanted to make sure that you actually are in action here, but okay.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I'm in it, and I bet the minimum.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. I probably should do that.
I would encourage you to check your points every 10 minutes and earn yourself a point by contributing to the chat. And here we go with my gamble. Don't know if I can top the 98.
Drawing pretty thin to beat your 98. 82.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, William. I'm so glad I had a good session before this. You're just taking all my profit. Let's see here. All right, chat. Root for Kyle Frisbee.
Will Kyle be buying me dessert tonight?
that is what's on the line, in fact.
But it was really good for the stream. William Lottie, did you have fun?
All right, incoming. I'll do 10 this time so that
and I get name drops.
we can play again.
No, you cannot hear what we're saying.
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying. Watch your mouth. Okay, so I don't know what happened with these graphics because Queens didn't.
And also,
I have King X and I have sixes showing on the screen. I don't know if I suspect there was a misread somewhere along the way. And Doug gonna hold the bet from Optimize. His sixes probably still good.
Well, William, you may have called it right. I thought it said in 1 hour I could play again, but it appears I can't.
So the 1 hour is how often you can do the gamble. They don't replenish your points. That's just how often you can do the gamble.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
So yeah, if you do exclamation mark points, then you'll find yourself with 1 point.
Maybe I can do 1 point. Let me try that.
No, you have to have at least 10 points to gamble.
Okay. Well, you can see how good I am at this.
Haven't you seen rounders? This is why you don't put the whole roll on the table.
Well, you can stick with your 82. Once I get enough points, we'll run it back. Well, I'll run it. I assume you don't want to give up that number.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we won't have time to get there tonight. Okay, we've got queens for Doug. Oh, and we've got ace king for Optimize.
No. Just under 2K effective for Optimize versus Doug.
They couldn't mic us up? Or
He will 4-bet.
they're going to get a new table?
Doug choosing just a flat here.
I mean, he's not going to 5-bet the queens.
Wasn't as good as 4 high.
10-cent 6 rainbow.
Reasonably safe flop for queens. Some 10s in optimized range, but
Check, check. Another 10. 10's full of queens now for Doug. Optimize, drawing to an ace, a king, or the case 10.
Doug's still playing it slow. Needs to avoid an ace or a king on the river.
100 from Optimize. Do we go call or do we go raise? I probably go call.
Also, it's hard. It's not under Texas card house. You have to search.
Indeed, he does.
I want to see the 10.
That would be quite interesting.
I want it to be the 10. Nope. Never mind.
How much traffic has been driven by the stream?
Doug checking again. Wow.
Check, check.
Optimize. Wow. Did not expect to see queens there.
Yeah, where's the rest of the pot? I feel scammed. I feel scammed if I'm Doug.
Really, Optimize getting away for the minimum there.
Optimize could easily have doubled Doug there.
Very easily.
Especially after the 4-3 fiasco and the king-queen. Like, we know that Doug is capable of doing goofy things.
Trying to remember,
And if
do we know, did Doug show the 4-3 or did Barber just show his queens? Because the table may not know he made that move.
I didn't have a shot at it. I don't
Yeah.
know if that hand got tabled. But yeah, if you're gonna make those moves though, if you're Doug, you are leaving money on the table by not also doing that with your good hands that actually want the action.
Agreed.
Like we bet light, we bluff so that we can get paid when we're not bluffing.
Totally agree.
We're not turning our hand face up. Ace king for Brendan this time. And he's going to get a couple of takers. Actually, Just James is going to pop it on the button with the 7-6 suited. Brendan out of position. Offsuit. 4-bet. Feels like a pretty solid choice.
Probably 200, somewhere in there, maybe 225.
Like 225.
225, yeah.
Like we want to get some folds. Like we want pocket fives to fold. He makes it 200. Like we want small pairs to fold.
Gets him out of there. Just James does have position, but actually not terribly far behind the ace king. He's going to make the call.
And yeah, makes the call. We go to a flop heads up. Something for everyone here. Top pair for Brendan. Just James with a gutter and backdoor clubs. Don't know if that's going to be enough to withstand the C-bet, which is surely coming.
Brendan hoping Just James has a hand like ace-jack, maybe ace-queen.
Maybe kings that decide to get stubborn, queens that decide to get stubborn. Brendan going tiny on a board that obviously favors him. Goes like 1/8.
Wow, very
Less
tiny.
than 1/8. Just James gonna float because hey, he's actually getting good odds to hit that 8. Gets the 6 instead, so he does pick up a pair.
5 outs going to the river if we get there.
8-7 does get there as well. Not often that somebody has 8-7 in a 4-bet pot. It's also not often somebody has 7-6 in a 4-bet pot.
That's true. I imagine Brendan's going to go much bigger here. He's got to worry about the backdoor spades. 250.
Doesn't quite put the screws to a draw, but also perhaps leaves you an escape hatch if you get shoved on. Just James could have the sets. Like he can have 10s, 9s, 6s, maybe not 6s.
1,000 in the middle to the river after Just James makes the call.
Stack the pot just under 1, and the 9 pairs on the end. So aces and 9s for Brendan going to be best. Slightly problematic because one of the flop cards does pair.
I'll admit, I think if I'm Brendan, I go the check call route with this hand. You'd have just one pair. The 9s, as you mentioned, a little scary, but
Give him the chance to bluff, I think.
doesn't bring in some of the scarier straight draws. Well, what do I know? He goes huge.
This will put Just James all in if our graphics are right, which I think it's about $1,000 behind for Just James. Probably a top up that got missed somewhere along the way that happens. 875 is what the graphics say, which would be the number that he has on screen. I think Brendan put them all in.
Yeah. These are going in the muck.
What bluffs does Brendan have at this point? King Queen? Queen Jack suited? That
Yeah, maybe
four-bet?
Queen Jack suited.
That's that 4-bet though. That's the thing. Like when we have a 4-bet pot, an ace high board's really, really good for the 4-better.
Brendan's looked pretty comfortable most of the way here. I mean, I would respect the attempted hero call, but this would be the wrong time to do it. Appears he's really considering it, though.
Have we seen Brendan get out of line tonight?
He's been one of the tighter players, lowest on the BPIP much of the night.
I'm impressed.
Possibly they have history away from the stream that we're not aware of.
Yeah, they definitely both get around in Austin.
Don't do it, James. He's looking at Brendan. I wonder if he's talking. If I were Brendan, I would be very quiet right now.
He's talking to himself.
Given how long James is thinking, I'm assuming Brendan is rooting for a call.
Yeah. Like
Anything
when you fade the snap call, you're good.
Yeah, anything that didn't snap him off, he's beating. Just James, a pretty technical player. I'm sure he's thinking about what percent of the time he has to be right here, given the pot odds.
Counting combos.
Looks like he's in folding position here.
I'm sorry, guys.
Still thinking it through.
30 seconds.
Just did something I often do if I'm tanking. Let the table know it'll be 30 more seconds so you don't feel the pressure of the stairs.
It is a decision for his entire stack. It's
Yeah.
not like we're tanking on a $50 bet.
Totally agree. I give people as much time as they want if it's for their whole stack. Let's it go.
No, chat may not call the clock. And sometimes you have decisions to make. It's $1,000. That's a lot of money.
It is.
Yeah, 30 more seconds and he can just look you up.
It really is not. I just don't know.
Do you have a pair on the board?
I had a pair at first,
Yeah, it's easy with games like this to forget that $1,000 is a pretty nice shopping spree at the luxury domain shopping mall, if you chose to do so.
If you go up to Lake Wine, how far does $1,000 go at Lake
I
Wine?
think you can buy them all for that.
Possibly. I mean, like half of it is like Tesla storage.
Optimize with the jacks.
I'm impressed you found the 110th. No one finds the 110.
Was it good?
I mean, I don't know. It could actually be like, maybe it's supposed to be quarter, but with that architecture. I'm impressed you found the 110th.
I think it's good.
What?
I'm pretty sure it's good.
I think 25 is better.
It's close.
With the vortex.
I think they're pretty close.
King 9-3, Jack's still ahead.
King Jack suited, King Queen suited. If you want a little bit more fold equity. I
How
continue
much
with a little
equity on the flop? Full equity on the flop.
Got to imagine this is going to end the hand unless Doug wants to chase his backdoor flush with his ace of spades.
No, of course not.
First my range, but 1/4 does. That's why I think you're better off betting 1/4.
Chooses not to do so.
I think they're pretty good.
Kenny's saying, I had a pair of famous last words. Yeah, that's one of the phrases. And right along with it was suited.
Yeah, that's
and
up there.
the famous, I put you on ace king.
Oh, that's, yes. Yeah, I typically, if somebody thinks they can, you know, I guess for those that don't know, typically hands are thought of, or putting somebody on is more of a range than a specific hand most of the time.
Yeah, trying to give them one specific hand is definitely stepping out on a limb.
No, what I'm saying is, there's no world in which I check. It's just like maybe check ace jack.
Yeah. I mean, if it's like a 5 or a 4, like you're probably next. Ace king. Probably. Depends on the exact extent.
One, that's right. 8, 9 folds, 1 fold, 2, everybody else folds. All right,
Fucking beer, man.
Raise and take it. Didn't know that was allowed.
7-6 suited.
I talked with the guy about the 110 bet those positions. And
A single raise and everybody folds. That's still a thing.
Pretty rare in
everybody's
a game
above the
like
line.
this.
Everybody's above the 15%. Good job.
Above the Lottie line.
Above the Lottie line.
Ace 8-3 or something. Ace 9 deuce, yeah. But yeah, you almost got me to call on.
Rick playing half his hands.
You had a ton of outs.
Pretty active player.
I had more outs. 5 folds. 30. I had more outs than
Just James with a real holding here. Ace jack off. Yeah, to your point about I put you on ace king, the worst is when somebody folds maybe a medium pair or something and you either show or you end up at showdown with a different player and you show the ace king and or maybe it's ace queen and that person goes, oh, that's what I put you on. Well, if you knew exactly what, yeah, exactly. Well, if you knew what I had, I feel like you would have played it different.
Yeah, I call BS on that.
I've never seen a really strong player do that, so I kind of use that as a little bit of information to use later. Got a pair of aces on the river here for just James.
Manny's going to bet. I don't think it's going to work this time. $70.
Yeah, it reminds me of Costco. Yeah.
And it's going to go towards just James.
Just James getting some back what he lost in the hand. It's escaping me who that was versus, but when he made the fold versus Brendan with his pair of sixes. Brendan now up the most, up 2.1K after that pot. Barber right behind him, 2K.
Yeah. Not a ton of pots for Brendan, but he made him count a boat versus trips cooler and then a bomb pot where he took 3/4 of a sizable side pot. Not every day you see 2 players with aces full of kings.
Yeah, that's quite rare.
Is straddling EV minus or plus EV? I would say minus EV because your blinds are minus EV and posting a straddle is posting another blind. That said, there's the social aspect. Oh no, Brendan wasn't at the table and he had queens.
Oh, brutal. Yeah, I would agree with that statement with the one exception. Of course, this is obvious, but if the whole table is straddling, then it makes no difference.
That's the thing. Like, if you're the one guy who doesn't straddle, then you look like a mega nit and you're never getting paid when you have it, and that's bad.
Yeah, definitely minus EV to be one of the only or few straddling.
I asked my wife to tell me what it was.
Open ender for Manny.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's on true.
Rick with 6 high.
It doesn't really matter. It's like 55. The ace king definitely makes sense.
Manny making the call. And that is a pair of 3s for Rick to pull ahead.
Rick not afraid to put some money in the middle all night. He will bet again.
Yeah, 2 more chips, you could have made it $5.
Doug, you should bet 9-11. That'd be pretty fucked up.
Manny not ready to fold his draw. 8 outs.
To the river we go.
Bet 9-11 on the river.
And it's 6s and 3s.
You separate the blacks.
So the queens wouldn't have held. If we got this far, the queens would not have held.
Wow.
That's so
Now, Rick thinks he's going to get paid off here, but unfortunately Manny ended up with an air ball. Just queen high.
This has gone way too far.
I'm gonna get banned from stream for life.
Card funeral.
I can't make it 11.
Yep.
Goes in the muck.
So pushes it to Rick. Imagine if he had to show the 6-3 offsuit.
Yeah, that would have been good TV.
Would have been all of his credibility out the window.
Yeah.
I was like 3.
Once you show that, you got to quit bluffing and start going to value down.
Gonna look at these stacks. Brendan over $5,000 deep. This is a match the stack game. You can buy up to the biggest stack once the first hand has happened. Originally a $2,000 maximum. 25 Milliman holds him with $15 bomb pots is what we're playing tonight. At TCH Social Austin, the last 15-20 minutes or so, TCH live on this Wednesday night. September 11, 2024. William Waddy, the New York Knit, and Kyle Frisbee alongside me tonight. So glad to have you all here. Hit like if you haven't done so already. Subscribe, get the notifications turned on.
Not much working here. Anthony with middle pair. Going to be ahead.
Set of 4s were optimized, but the third spade hits. And he's going to sprinkle out the $15. See if anyone can bite. Anthony's going to bite. He's going to make it 75. Rick has the 1 spade in the hand and a gutter, but not enough in a multi-way pot. He folds. Brendan folds, and Optimize can't fold the set.
Just going to flat. Could be worried about flushes. Anthony could hold.
7 of clubs on the end does straighten the board a little bit. 10-8 gets there.
I didn't know if it was an act or not.
And check, check. Optimize takes it with a set of 4s.
I swear to God. It seems wrong, guys.
Penny, I don't have the ability to do a shot of the outer room.
He put it out. I know, I did.
But rest the short, there's a lot of people playing poker out there.
$60.
Much as I'd love to put you in the room with us.
For a set.
What we can do, though, did it last one, so we can close with the grand opening video once we sign off. And Kenny, if you hang around to the end, you can get a video of the inside.
Or what you could do is, honestly, I don't know what button to press to make that happen. What you could do is rewind back to the very beginning of the show.
That too.
We run the promo videos. We ran that video before the show. So, like, if you want to get a little idea what the room in the bar looked like, especially on my packed opening day 2 weeks ago now, you can rewind back to the very beginning of this video and see that. I'm sure we've run that on a number of the shows in our archives now. The last how many years worth of TCH Live? Almost 5 years now. Okay, that's the one. I'll keep that in mind. See if I remember to do that.
On to our second to last PLO bomb pot. We'll finish with one as well.
And we don't have a live shot, unfortunately. Here's what you do. You pull up your Poker Atlas app and look up TCH Social Austin and look how many tables we have running and look how many players in the tournament. I just imagine that many people filling the room.
It's a fun game, though. I do like it.
A lot of people were checking.
Think about it.
Any real monsters yet?
So far, checks around.
We pair up the top board. Who has the jack? Doug has the jack. And it's the only jack. Everyone's checking. 135 from Doug. He does have the open ender on bottom, so some scoopability. Queen, queen, 10, 8. So that is a made straight for optimize on top, which is best despite the board being paired. Pulls the bet. On the bottom, he has a pair of queens and an 8 and a gutter. So some life there. Bottom set for just James on that bottom board. I'm probably folding. He's not doing that, though. Also has the 6-high spade draw. Barber, ace, queen, 8-3. Nuts, spades on a paired board. Muck that. And relays we go to the rivers. Double paired board on top, and then the queen on the bottom. Optimize, rivering a set of queens on bottom.
Actually has a scoop.
Yes.
Queens are good on top. Actually,
The,
that can't be right. The straight.
10-8 is good.
Apologies, yeah.
It's a miracle that 10-8 is good. The 10-8 is good. And Doug misses on the bottom board. Doug downgraded considerably. Was one way to begin with. Gonna check. And now optimize. Top set, but not the nuts.
Yeah, he's just going to show it down.
Checks it back.
Don't blame him for checking back there.
Yeah. Does not want to get raised.
Yeah, that would put you in a miserable spot. You've got a decent chance of winning one board, but once you get raised, you're definitely not winning both. Excuse me.
So Optimize is going to take that one, and we'll get ourselves back to Hold'em. Heading for our 83rd hands. It's not how many hands that count, it's what happens in those hands that count.
Quality
we have
of
a
the
lot
hands.
of hands going to the river.
Yeah,
and so you get
we do.
fewer hands. Like, we can get you a 110 hand show, but everybody would just raise and take it pre-flop.
Very true.
We'd hardly see any flaps. I'd much rather have people put in the blender facing a $2,000 river shove.
Actually, that's a great point. I think this has been a table that of a lot of players that are reluctant to fold if they have second pair, even third pair in some cases.
Or even an air ball that feels like bluffing.
A lot of floats. Rick, the VPIP king, in there with 6-4 off.
886, 2 clubs. Here for Rick.
So I think we're at 60. Really?
Manny gonna fire the 60 out there. Manny leading another flop.
Yep. I think overall it's been profitable for him, especially early on.
I think people might be catching on.
It's worse than the one before. It's worse than the one before. Nah, it's worse. I'm not gonna.
Here's the fold from Barber. We go to the turn.
He literally is. You go from being like moderate with your.
Is it worse than the N-word with the hard R?
It's just like, it's not a good conversation.
7 of hearts. Straightens it out a bit.
All participants in this conversation could have it blow back at them later.
Check, check. Ace of hearts.
Oh, I forgot who folded King 10 of hearts, but somebody folded the nut flush.
As far we would have backdoored the flush, but
I really want to know.
Well, not the nuts, paired board, but.
And Manny gonna put Rick to the test. Rick with a pair of 6s. Bet, check, bet. Smells weird. But also Ace High Clubs just made top pair, but also Ace High Clubs probably bet the turn.
Be an impressive call if Rick can make it.
Did we play 6-4 offsuit to fold a pair of 6s on this run out?
It looks like we didn't. Calling chips in hand.
I mean, you can say it.
It's the call. Gonna table it.
DQ in chat says,
DQ!
William, that was actually Kyle that said that, so I apologize. DQ, you are the king of VPIP. Great to have you in chat.
King of VPIP.
Look,
and I think you should opt out.
Would love to see you show off your VPIP out here one of these days. TCH Social Austin. Amazing new room opens 2 weeks ago. And yeah, you're the king of VPIP. You're the goat of VPIP.
Goated in VPIP. TQ, we'd love to have you on the new stream table. Not sure if that's in the works for you, but that would be great and exciting.
Always good to see you. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've crossed paths. Hopefully that changes.
Yeah, you know, they like.
DQ a really friendly guy.
It's kind of been somewhat reclaimed. Like the B word's been reclaimed by women. Liberal women. Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, this new room is amazing. When do we run? In Austin, we typically run on Wednesday nights. Don't know if they'll expand that schedule at any point. And right now we're playing 2-5. We have played like 5-10 uncapped. So yeah, definitely a variety of stakes. 5-10 will probably be about once a month. But hey, if we can make a big game happen, I'm sure we'll make a big game happen. And yeah, would love to see it. This room is definitely worthy of that game. And I think that's a set of jacks for somebody. It's a set of jacks for Doug and Just James with an open ender.
Fireworks coming. Just James, you don't 3-bet with 7-6 suited and fold when you flop an open ender. DQ, we start at 6 Central and go until 10.
That's right. That's what we're doing here in Austin. 6 o'clock, usually the start time for the cash game shows at all the locations. Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, all streaming various stakes. And Doug putting the 95 bet in.
Ooh, and Just James jams into top set.
Oh my. That's a big jam, and that's a snap call. See how many times we go here. There's the 9. He gets there.
Oh,
Doug
my
needs
goodness.
to pair it. Does not pair it.
Wow. Brutal night for Doug.
Whops the nuts, and that's not good enough.
Oh, wow.
They go once. And Just James gets the better of Doug.
You haven't had top set. I mean, like, I didn't.
It's exactly what you want with top set, though. You get jammed into a top set. Yes, please.
You're thinking my knight is just turned around and only to get the dagger on the turn. Brutal night for Doug. DQ loves that run out.
Yeah.
So does Just James.
Yeah, that was a great run out. Yeah, ran it once. That's
Max Payne.
That's right, DQ, the run it once legends. And what it boils down to, we'll call that a $2,000 pot. Do you want to play one $2,000 pot, or do you want to play two $1,000 pots? And in this case, they chose the former. Max Payne. And Kenny always loses the first run out. I win the first run out, and then I wish I would have run it once.
Definitely been there. We haven't seen a flop set yet, to my knowledge. Well, except for the last hand. Excuse me, but with a low pocket pair. See if Rick can finally set mine a low pair.
We're getting very picky about what sets we want.
Yeah, and I ripped anyway.
You gotta ask, or it won't be given.
Come on, Sal, put a 5 out there. Nope.
Another jack high flop.
Another one that's fairly coordinated. Jackson 10s for Doug. Top 2. Top set didn't work. Is top 2 going to work against the open ender?
Oh,
against the 2 open enders.
Oh,
Manny's
no.
got the open ender. James has the open ender. It's like Oprah. You get a draw. You get a draw.
Don't do it to Doug
You get
again.
top 2. Don't do it. Do or don't do it. Doug 75 gets 2 takers, and Doug is fading a lot. Oh my God! Instant death on the turn. Just James. What's just the nuts? Just Broadway. And Doug's going to bet again. And it's going to be just James making this straight on him again. 230, the bet from Doug. Imagine if just James just piles 1,700 in there.
The Doug blood on the table is running over here. It's going to need a 10 or a jack.
What's Manny doing? What's Manny doing? Oh my God. Manny raises at the worst possible time. Manny drawing dead.
Just James cannot believe his luck.
And it's
Last hand
basically
and
a click.
this hand.
And he just clicked Doug. It's basically like 480 over the 230. Like it's just a little click. Now what do you do if you're James? Do we call and hope that...
I think I flat here.
Like
You're not going to get
we don't want a board pair. We don't want a heart.
And you're not going to get a set to fold. If you jam
we don't want a
up.
set to fold.
Right. But I just mean you're not.
Yeah.
You're worried about the board pairing, but if you jam now, they're not folding anyway. Very interesting spot.
And we look at the stack to pot. Yeah,
DQ says only flat.
I'm kind of with you there. If we look
I
at the
agree.
stack to pot, we can get in on the turn on the river unless it checks through. That said, like, who's going to bet? Is Manny going to bluff the river? Is what's Doug going to do?
A 6 on the river would be absolutely incredible.
I think if just James calls,
He stuck it in.
yeah, he does stick in. Middle 2 gets
Manny
out of
calls.
There. Well, he only had a few $100 behind,
Yeah.
and he thinks that he's not dead, but he's dead.
Hand is over. Just James.
I think they're going twice, but it's academic because Manny cannot win. And excellent fold by Doug.
What a 2-hand stretch for just James.
Yeah, I wonder if James flats, does middle 2 still go away? I really don't like it at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Phony Turkison, we've got just a few minutes left, I believe. DQ sees 5 colors of chips. We do have a lot of colors of chips in play because this game has escalated. We'll go from big to small. Those orange pumpkin chips, those are $1,000 chips. Purple is $500. Black, $100. Green, $25. Red, $5. Those white chips, $1. Mostly just used for tipping, also used for the small blinds. And tips are appreciated. Excellent dealers here at TCH Social Austin. So yeah, for those unfamiliar with our chips, those are the chips. And we didn't have the orange or the purple on the table to start, but they ended up on the table because, hey, match the stack. And I see somebody topping up now. Probably about 10, 15 minutes left or so. And the game does continue if the players want to keep going. It's just not on stream. And if somebody's topping up with a few minutes to go, I imagine they're going to keep playing. Who tips in dollar chips? Some people tip in dollar chips. Visually, it's more impressive. But yeah, reward those dealers. But yeah, we also have those $2 small blinds in this 2-5 game, and we use the white chips for that too. Otherwise, we save those for the 1-2 tables.
I believe DQ, along with being the VPIP king, he's also a legendary tipper,
He is,
to my knowledge.
He's
So
a generous individual, and somebody I really enjoy playing with. That's, I think, a crowd favorite as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And
that's why we need DQ on the stream.
7s for Barber.
One of these Wednesdays.
I'll tell you what I love about our Wednesday time slot that we've just moved to. We're not up against football.
Yes, that's a great point.
We used to be Mondays or Thursdays or both, and yeah, like I'd have to put the game up on my phone, and okay, so we got 7s, we got 5s, we got King Queen. We've got all the ingredients. We've got 5 players. We've got all the ingredients for more chaos. Can we do it? Can we get the chaos? That doesn't seem chaotic.
Instead, we get 4-4 deuce.
4-4 deuce. So pocket 7's ahead, and 5's have an overpair. Not often we say those words.
I'm just saying it's the start of a little bit of spiciness, but it's an old story. It's happened a million times, right? It's not the first time.
Glad to hear it, DQ. I'm sure we could work something out. Yeah, let's get in touch, and let's try and make that happen. 8 of spades, that magic card here at TCH Austin. Shout out Steam Dola. 7's still good. 7's betting. This might end it. 95. The bet from Barber, Just James with a pair of 5s. This is not a bad board. That said, we had a 5-way flop, and the rule generally in multi-way pots is somebody has it.
Right. Yeah, I think 5s are going in the muck after the multi-way, as you mentioned.
If we had a draw, it's not so bad. Like if this were like a 6, and we at least have the gutter. He lets it go. He does come to that choice, and Barber gonna get some chips. I think he showed those, and hey, 7's perfectly fair hands. Okay, and I see a $10 straddle getting put on. I think somebody got the message 15 minutes in the past. DQ wanted straddles. We got a straddle. The table hasn't done a lot of straddling tonight, but there have been a lot of very frisky raises, I would say. And even like back raises. Sully with the ace queen, gonna get in there. $100. Rick with the tens. Does he flat? Does he re-raise? Yeah, we're not miking the players individually. We do have the table audio, and don't know how much of that's coming through right now. Like, I got decent table audio in my ear. So we're going 4 ways here. Ace queen, 10, 7, 6s. Ace jack jack. The ace queen has outflopped all of the pairs.
What a hero play that would be. I actually thought about it. Close down the screen with a hero play. Huh? Close down the screen with a hero play. Yeah.
And that's where Barber's like, I don't believe James this time.
Okay, no audio coming through on your side. Interesting. Make a note of that. Okay, I see chatter, but not specifics. Yeah. I know the audio is something that they're going to be working on. This is a pretty new setup.
Yeah, I know they're working on clip-on mics. I think they actually already have the capability. You just need to test it before we run it on stream. So probably hear more from the players in the future.
Like, this is already so much better than 2 weeks ago when we did the first
Yes.
show. Like, we didn't have much time to test, and like, there were glitches with the readers, there was glitches with the lighting, and it's so much better now. Shout out to our production staff putting this together very quickly. David, Kristen, Mel, Katie, hardworking people making this happen. We have the easy job. Just sit here and run our mouths for 4 hours.
It's more work than playing. You're in every hand.
The win rate's a lot higher, though.
Win rate is 100%.
At least the variance is lower. There's no variance.
No variance.
And we get the 10 on again. I believe this is the penultimate hands of the evening.
We should put that as like a fun fact. Subtitle. Fun fact. Only one loser tonight.
We have a restaurant now, TQ, and it's pretty darn good. So no more door dashing. We've got a bar. We've got a restaurant. Probably going to do some dessert after we get off the air. And probably with a little dessert here in the form of ace king suited. Barbara with tens.
Thanks for throwing the party.
I know you're on the ton,
Manny with the ace-6 bluff. The worst of the aces, but that really doesn't stop him generally. He's going to fold this time.
I've seen so few sets. We had the set for Doug there with the jacks. And calling it 10 for Barbara here on our final no-limit hand.
Yeah, you saw waitresses. We have waitresses, and they're good at what they do.
Open-ender.
How about this for a flop? Open-ender for Barber.
Wow.
Nut diamond draw for Solly. And it's going to be Barber leading for $100 on a board that does look better for his range than Solly, who has overs and nut diamonds. I think that's a call. Yes, it's 125 and a call. I don't mind calling. I think raising doesn't really accomplish anything good. 7 of diamonds!
Gets there immediately.
Barber with the open-ended straight flush draw, though, as well as the fold out. A 10 or a 7, or a jack or a 6 of diamonds. Some of those are spoken for. 125 from Solly. Barber now calls. I think Barber can call down.
Adidas hat, black shirt. He's standing up right now.
Unless that river happens, the deuce of diamonds, that might kill the action for Solly.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
I would bet my life.
You want to bet?
I guess he got fat. I don't know.
He had a weight loss goal.
Barber did call with a 10 high flush earlier. Flopped flush. Was right versus Doug, but we'll see what he does here. He flicks it in.
Solly going to get rewarded here. Over $1,000 in this pot. Getting pushed his way. Flush over flush. What a flop that was.
What a flop. Nice hand for Sully.
And they keep trying to give us 2 straight flushes in one night. We had the 1 straight flush in the bomb pot, and we've had like 4 more times where somebody's had a straight flush draw.
Easily the most straight flush draws I've ever seen in one stream.
As we head towards the last hand of PLO bomb pot, we see Brenton the big winner, just James and Barber pretty big winners. Sully and Rick and Optimize more modest winners. Doug has not had a particularly great night. He'd either bluff and get caught with his hand in the cookie jar, or he would just run into a better hand, or he would get sucked out on after the money went in.
Yep.
And sometimes
Rough
you're
night.
just like a pinata, you know, it just fall out of you like candy, and that's how it is.
All had those sessions. Pretty amazing how the money has changed. I think about an hour ago we only had 2 winners, and now we have 6. Optimized round even, but still up.
How well can you do PLO?
You know, shout out to all of our players sticking up the full 4-hour stream. Like, even if they get stacked, they hang around, and good to see. We surely will see some more faces in the future. We had such a long alternate list. I'm sure we'll get them on another show. Here come the last flops of the evening. 8-7 deuce 2 spades. 10-9-8 rainbow. Maybe some scoop ability here. Some interactivity. Bottom end of the straight for Brendan. Optimize, open ender, and top 2. Manny flopped second nut straight. He bet the 35. Ace 10-8 X for Rick. So at least 10s and 8s. Barber Jack 8-7-5. 8s and 7s and the flop Jack high straight. Makes the call. I think Doug says goodbye here. Unless he doesn't. He's got some back doors. Brendan A7-6-5. Bottom end of the straight. Bottom end of the open ender. He is going to peel. A little bit dangerous with 5 players at least in the pot, now 6. Optimize with the open ender and the top 2 pair. Here we go to the turns. The 9 and the king. So this 9 is going to make Jack 10 the nuts. Nobody with Jack 10. A lot of checking. Just check straight through. Deuce pairs, 10 pairs. Now the board's both pair. And we've got a full house for Optimize, 10s full of 9s. Lesser full house for Rick, 10s full of 8s. And Manny with deuces full of 7s on top. That's the best hand that I see on the top board.
Dangerous spot here for Rick. Going to be tough to get away from that.
345, the bet from Optimize with his 10s full of 9s. Manny, deuces full of 7s, makes the call. It's bottom boat. It's dangerous. Once in a blue moon, the Jack 7 might be good on top. Or on bottom, rather. Okay, Rick has a one-way hand. Rick could fold. We don't know what the 4th card is. Like, if it's like a Jack...
Excellent fold from Rick. Very nice.
No more Jacks. Yeah, that's a good fold. You're calling for half the pot, maybe. Over to Barber, who is in a bind. The non-nut Jack 7. And on the bottom, he has what? He has the Jack 7 straight.
I think this is a relatively easy fold.
Yeah, I think we fold here. Especially with 2 players ahead of us, 2 players behind us.
I think heads up you can consider it, but not multi-way like this.
Yeah, we really need something a bit more nutted. Also, he has 3 pair on the top, 8s and 7s and deuces. So now, like, random 10s will, or something in that neighborhood will get you. Duck gets out. Brendan going to have to get out as well. And so this will chop. Optimize and Manny going to chop up the last hands of the night. DQ, TCH has triple the tables going as some other room right now in the area. Yeah, this is a freaking amazing room. I'm not just saying that because they pay me to sit here and run my mouth for 4 hours. This is a top-notch club in Texas. I think this is a top-notch poker room of any of the places I played. I played in a lot of rooms in a lot of places, and TCH Social Austin truly one of the best. I think it is going to set the standard. And yeah, hopefully you come check us out sometime because this is amazing.
It's definitely apparent when you walk in. They spared no expense and left no detail unattended to. It's an amazing place to play poker or even just hang out, have some good food, have a drink at the bar.
Yeah. And excellent staff here. As usual, Texas Card House. And so that's going to be it. I don't know if we're going to get any more stats, but we have no parking. If the room is like super duper packed, then parking, like opening day parking was hairy. I was able to park okay today, like at like 5:30, like on a Thursday. I haven't really had a problem on the weekends. Like maybe I'd be parked like a few rows over, but I don't think it's. And there is security here. Like you might have actually seen one of the guards in the shot a few times tonight. But yeah, like there are multiple guards around, and
even one that drives the parking lot occasionally as well.
Yeah, there's a security vehicle wandering the parking lot as well. And yeah, all right. So I don't think we have any more graphics. So I think this is where we're going to sign off. So what I will do is I'll run that opening sizzle reel so that you can all see inside the room because I know a few people wanted to do that. Apart from that, on behalf of all of our dealers, Russell, Sal, our production staff, Mel, Katie, Kristen, David.
Kyle Frisbee, yeah, great to be with you here, Lottie.
Yep.
Saw the full spectrum of poker.
Yeah, heck of a night. I'm William Lottie, the New York Net, wishing you a good night. Show you the video, and then we'll sign off. Thanks for watching. Hit like.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, that's my release.